radio show is for all of you who speak this language. It's about the rest of America. It's a big word, America. It's easy to forget how much it means. It's a big subject. In case I get something wrong or you have any questions to ask, I wish you'd just phone me up here at CBS. I'd be very glad. Hello? Who's speaking?
Who are you?
I'm Orson Welles.
Okay, you're Orson Welles. I'm one of your listeners. I took you up on that offer.
What can I do for you?
Don't read us any lectures about loving our country. That's what you can do.
I wasn't going to.
Well, don't. I love my country without you telling me to, and so does everybody else. Okay?
Okay.
And another thing.
Yes?
What do you mean by saying the show you're doing is only for Americans who talk English? Everybody in America talks English.
I've got you there. I was just saying it's easy to forget how much America means when you called up. You say we all love our country, and of course that's true, but do we all love America? Do you realize what America means? For us, there's our part of it first. Our neighborhood, streets, and stores. The house we go home to. Neighbors' houses. A church, a school. Our precinct. Our state and the other 47. Our new nation, conceived in liberty. Our country, right or wrong. When it's wrong, we'll make it right. What's close to us looks biggest. That's the law of perspective. But there's another law. A natural law that says you see further the higher you stand. And we're growing up. We stand higher. And from where we stand, we see a hemisphere. Ours from pole to pole. America. 2 continents. 1 continent with a canal. Our half of the globe. Our portion of the earth. The New World. Its first name was the New World. The old adventurers from Europe called it that. The name sounds righter now than ever, the New World. Its tenants are Americans. Hello, Americans. Okay?
Okay.
We, the people of these United Nations of America, now stand together. We ought to know each other better than we do. It's my job to help with the introduction.
You've been traveling down there, haven't you?
In Latin America, yes, every country. That's why I'm doing this radio series. The first place I went to was Brazil, so that's where we're starting the show.
You mean you're broadcasting from Brazil? How, by shortwave?
No, dramatic license. Hello? Hello? All right, operator, I'll accept the charges. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast comes to you by dramatic license from the first place you think of when you think of Brazil. From the loveliest city in our hemisphere. A gorgeous capital with a name that sounds like a music cue, which in this case it is. This broadcast comes to you from Rio de Janeiro. The karaoke. I've always liked that tune. Karaokes are what you call inhabitants of Rio. It's a word like Angelino or Maverick or Hoosier. They're a special sort of people, karaokes. They get an extra lot of fun out of life, which is understandable when you consider where they live. And they're the best-natured folks I've ever met. I hope they'll forgive me then for playing a rumba on this program. Rumbas don't come from South America. They originated in Central America. The one you hear now was written some years ago in North America. Anyway, for Yankee ears, this song really does stand for some part of the excitement of this place. The glamorous, expensive, international side of it. The golden beaches on the Copacabana, the casinos, the smart women and the pretty girls. The side of Rio the karaokes are naturally proudest of. But there's another side of Rio. You hear it? Not a steamy side, not at all. Even if smart isn't the word for it. No, indeed. If Rio's backyard isn't exactly gala, it's even gayer than Rio's front lawn. There isn't a jazzsmith up north who could ever express it. It sets the music, but the music's all its own. Rich, deep, Brazilian. Comes rolling down to Rio from the hills. Throbs in the streets. Everybody dances to it. Called samba. You scramble the two words music and Brazil together and then unscramble them again. You end up with the word samba. Also, if you scramble a moderate number of Brazilians together and then unscramble them, you find out they've been dancing the samba. I think they'll admit they need very little provocation to begin with. And once they've started dancing, they need no encouragement at all to continue. No one is standing by to give them the rhythm. They roll their own. Using matchboxes, straw hats, tabletops, little pieces of wood, anything at hand. If no one is standing by to stop them, they're quite capable of dancing until dawn, and then another dawn, and then still another. From all this, we neighbors have guessed that the samba is quite some phenomenon. Dig that rhythm, you cats. That's the Amazon and the conga talking. Põe na mão do brasileiro, vê como ele dá no couro. Pega uma sandália cor de prata, põe no pé de uma mulata, põe como ele vale ouro. Querendo ver. Right here, I'd like to remark that samba, like some wine, doesn't seem to travel very well. Anyway, I've heard sambas up in the States, seen groups of my fellow citizens dancing what they hoped was samba. And from where I stand, which is right in the heart of the samba country, I can tell them now they don't know the half of it. Pega logo no pandeiro, põe na mão do brasileiro, vê como ele dá no couro. Pega uma sandália cor de prata, põe no pé de uma mulata, vê como é que vale ouro. Samba's the old two-step, really, with a South American accent, or do I mean the one-step? Not being a dancer, I guess I'd better drop out of the conversation. We'll just play this one instead. You listeners up in North America, try it. Roll up the parlor rug, grab your best girl, and see what you make of it. Para!
balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito amor do Brasil. Tem cheiro de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba nas veias, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito amor do Brasil. Cantei em São Paulo, cantei no Pará, tomei chimarrão e comi vatapá. Eu sou brasileira, meu tá de revelar que a minha bandeira é verde e amarela. Cantei em São Paulo, cantei no Pará, tomei chimarrão e comi vatapá. Eu sou brasileira, meu tá de revelar que a minha bandeira é verde e amarela. Ih, não. Tem cheiro de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba nas veias, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito amor do Brasil. Eu digo que tenho muamba, que tenho no corpo um cheiro de samba. Só falta pra mim um moreno fagueiro, seja do samba e bom brasileiro. E eu digo que tenho muamba, que tenho no corpo um cheiro de samba. Só falta pra mim um moreno fagueiro, que seja do samba e bom brasileiro. Tem cheiro de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba nas veias, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito amor do Brasil.
Who do you think is doing the singing? North America's South American favorite, Carmen Miranda, no other. Carmen.
Yes?
Carmen, for the benefit of our listeners up north who may be trying to dance to this,
Yeah?
may I tell them to relax a little bit and just sort of bounce in the knees?
Ah, please do,
I
Orson,
will.
and tell them to enjoy
Relax a little bit.
themselves.
Now,
Yeah.
enjoy yourself.
You know, Orson,
Yes, I know.
why don't you sing just a little bit of samba with me?
Carmen.
Sure! You
Carmen,
know.
I can't sing, no.
Look. You just come from Rio.
No,
and
I
you
can't.
I teach you. I teach
Please,
you.
no.
I
No,
teach
all right.
you. Huh?
No tabalero da baiana tem.
Yeah, again.
No, conversa. Outra vez.
Outra vez.
No tabalero da baiana tem.
Bataparro, caruru, bom barro, seja bom, ai, ai, ai.
Se eu pedir, você me dá o seu coração, meu amor, de aiá. Me dá.
E no coração da baiana tem o quê?
Sedução, oi, cantarei, ilusão, oi, contemplei, pra você. You know, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to samba. As I've just found out, there's a lot more to samba than meets the virgin ear. There's good reason why our bands can't seem to play it right up north. Samba has its own instruments, for one thing. Now, I've got a full complement of really top samba players here at the microphone, and they're going to help us now to investigate the anatomy of samba. We're going to see, if you'll excuse me, what makes samba run. Now, I'm no authority, but plenty of authorities are standing by. What you hear now, for instance, sounds like a drum, doesn't it? Well, it looks like a drum. Must have some special name, though, probably unpronounceable.
Surdo.
Surdo.
Yes.
Well, that's not so hard, Carmen. Looks African.
It is.
Surdo, I might explain, is a rather long, rather narrow drum that tapers down at either end.
This is the first tambourine.
Tambourine.
Yes, correct.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the tambourine is not a tambourine. As you can hear, it has no little jangling metal disc. It's square, for one thing, rather small, very crude looking. It's just a rough frame with some kind of hide.
Cat skin.
Cat skin. There's some skin check. Stretch over one side, yes, cat skin. The player beats it with a small stick. The name of the stick doesn't matter. It's just a stick.
This is the second tambourine.
Ladies and gentlemen, tambourine number 2.
And this is important. The second plays a different rhythm from the first.
I was noticing that, Constable. It's very complicated, too.
It is too complicated?
Well, we'll get used to it.
Well, the next is the pandero.
Pandero. Pandero?
Yes, something wrong, Senor Wells?
Well, no, Pandero. I was just confused for a minute. It's all right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this instrument, oddly enough, is exactly like our tambourine.
Well, that's the way things are.
Yes, you're quite right. I ought to say that the pandero, is played with the bare hands, one shaking it, the other beating the rhythm.
Now we shall go on, yes? This is the reco-reco.
Reco-reco.
Yes?
Why is it called the reco-reco?
Well, because it's the sound it makes it.
Because it's the sound it makes. That's a very good reason. The reco-reco is a long block of hard wood with notches in it, and the sound is made by scratching another piece of wood over the notches.
You want to say more about reco-reco?
No. That about covers it.
All right. Now you hear the ganza.
Ganza. The ganza is a longish metal cylinder filled with pebbles or beads or teeth or something. The gentleman here handles it with all the flair of a bartender shaking a cocktail shaker.
Now we hear the cuica.
What's that, Simon?
Cuica.
The cuica.
Cuica.
Well, this weird sound comes from a drum. However, as you notice, it isn't beaten like a drum. One end is open, and attached to the inside of the hide is a rod. When you yank it back and forth, that's what you hear. There you have it. Rhythm of the samba. To us neighbors, it doesn't sound easy, and it doesn't look easy. But Brazilian babies can beat out samba rhythm before they can talk. And they can dance to the samba rhythm before they can walk. At least that's what I was told, and I believe it. They say here in Rio, that the samba is the soul of Brazil. This is a very popular saying, and like many popular sayings, it can be misconstrued. It might lead us to believe, for instance, that Brazilians think seriously of nothing but dancing and singing. This isn't true, as any Brazilian will tell you.
That's right, Orson. It is true. Brazil is a big country, a very big country.
Indeed it is, and a wonderful one.
I like it very much, and every Brazilian likes it very much.
I've noticed that, Carmen. Some like the sertões of the north, some like the cattle plains of the south, some like the port cities along the coast, some like the jungles in the interior. But all Brazilians like Brazil, as you say, Carmen, very much. There's a lot to like. There's a lot to tell. There's history and legend and romance. Most people don't care very much for statistics. Depends on what interests you. For instance, if you're a businessman...
That's what I am, a businessman. I will tell you something about Brazil. This country is 3 million square miles of the biggest wealth potential on God's green earth. And I really mean green. What you know, they grow 2/3 of the world supply of coffee here in an area 1/4 the size of Ohio, and that's only one item, coffee.
Well, I guess if you're an economist, you'd be interested in all the other items, too.
Right. I'm an economist. And everything considered, it seems simplest to say that Brazil could feed the world. Everything grows here. Wheat, corn, cheese, rice,
Yes,
sugar,
certainly,
fruit, tobacco, cocoa, cattle.
You could probably go on for quite a while.
Oh, yes, I could. But those are only foods. Then there's cotton, rubber, hardwoods, dyes, wax.
We'll have to arrange a special broadcast. Until then, let's just say that it's a very fertile country, Brazil. More than fertile. Pardon? I'm a mining engineer. I've just been through the state of Minas Gerais. That's the gold country. They've been getting gold out of there for 2.5 centuries. And when they don't get gold, they get diamonds. Big ones, too. Great big ones. But I'm not so much interested in that. Something more interesting than gold or diamonds? Not as romantic, maybe, but I'm more interested in the manganese. You need it to make steel. They've got enough here, untouched, to make new ball bearings for the entire solar system. And they've got the iron to use it on up in the valley of Rio das Velhas. Biggest iron ore deposit on Earth. Good thing to have, especially these days. Well, Brazil's got it. Fabulous country.
Well, they say that God is a Brazilian.
Oh, excuse me. Would you repeat that and then explain yourself?
Certainly. I'm a sociologist, and I was just quoting a Brazilian saying. God is a Brazilian. That is why he favored this country with so much. Matter of fact, it estimated that Brazil could contain 900 million people with plenty of living room and food and comfort. Well, that's half the world. Only about 45 million here now.
But where would all the extra ones fit? You can't send them into the jungle.
No, sir, you're absolutely right. You can't send them into this jungle. There's nothing like it. I'm an explorer. Been at it 40 years. Seen everything in Africa and India and Malay, every place. And take it from me, there's nothing like the Brazilian jungle. So thick you can't get in, and when you get in, you can't get out. So how can you live there?
People live there now.
Indians.
Exactly, people. The odd thing is that there is not a square mile of Brazil that can't be lived in. And this is true even though huge areas are impassable now and others are unexplored. Which means simply that Brazil today is the last great frontier. Someday, though, the jungle, like the other frontiers, will be pushed back.
Do you agree, Mr. Explorer?
It'll take a dang big push.
It's going to happen, there's no doubt of it. That's why I'm glad we naturalists have been busy collecting specimens and making notes before it gets too late.
I suppose it goes without saying that Brazil is a naturalist paradise.
Charles Darwin put it this way. Brazilian scenery, he said, is nothing more nor less than a view of the Arabian Nights with the advantage of reality.
Oh, I'll have to remember that about the Arabian Nights.
It's very accurate. You can take an hour's walk around the city of Belém, for instance, and get about 500 different kinds of butterflies. Then there are the flowers, the insects, the animals, all in unbelievable profusion. Monkeys, vampire bats, hummingbirds, jaguars, stingrays, crocodiles, giant snakes, parrots.
Oh, that's what I like, the parrot. We just got married. My husband and I mean. And we were in Rio on our honeymoon, and there's a restaurant we went to where you sit on the terrace, and right there you can reach out and touch the jungle. And the parrots come out and look at you.
My wife wants to take at least 24 parrots back home with her. Me, I'm an architect, and I prefer some of the Baroque colonial buildings I've seen. You don't find a better example of that sort of thing in Minas or Bahia. That's quite a problem, moving large buildings from one country to another. I think it's been done, though. Castles or something like that, and crates.
Oh, he's just joking, but I'm serious about the parrots. Maybe there won't be any more when there's no jungle.
Hey, you ought to see that jungle.
I'm going to.
Too bad it's going to be done away with.
We'll have to chart it first. Most of it's never been seen. That's going to take some little while.
It will be done. What's going to happen to you gun and camera boys when there's nothing left to explore? And without a good jungle in the world, what are the adventure story writers going to do?
We'll pass over that question for the moment. Your credentials, please.
I'm a writer. Came down here to Rio to do a family novel about my hometown, Elko, Nevada. Distance lends perspective. What I like here are the air-conditioned skyscrapers.
There's certainly nothing new to you.
Contrast. That's new. You go up to the top floor of one of these slick buildings and look out towards the hills and see real jungle. Dances and music right from Africa. Skyscrapers and jungle. I like that. And I like the idea of a drop of blood here in Rio.
What about a drop of blood?
Well,
First, there are the Portuguese. Spanish, Arabic, Nordic, Greek, Moorish. Portugal's the melting pot of Europe. All right. The Portuguese come to Brazil. And then others come from Europe and Africa and North America, so that today a drop of real Brazilian blood is an honest-to-goodness drop of all mankind's blood.
That's true. It occurs to me that since men in the world have to live with one another and get along somehow, they might learn a great deal about tolerance and quiet decency from the Brazilians, who have the blood of all men. Remember the story about the committee of blind men who investigated the elephant? They handed in quite a report. One of them said the elephant was shaped like a tree trunk. One of them said he was a snake. One of them said he was a sword. One of them insisted he was made out of a length of manila rope. One of them thought he was a wall or a sort of dry whale. I forget just how it goes. Each expert had a different point of view. That's what I'm trying to say. A different version of the truth depending on which section of the elephant's anatomy happened to grasp. Now, I don't pretend to be able to see any better or any more than anybody else who might try to describe these countries. But I promise I won't concentrate solely on the trunk or the tail or the tusks or natural resources or Indian war dances or butterflies or big business. It's not easy. But I'm going to try to outline enough so you can fill in enough to get some notion of what the other half of America really looks like.
Pardon me, Senor Wells, but we must go now. The plane is waiting.
Oh, that's right. Thanks. And excuse me, everybody. I've got to get out of the airport. This week, we're flying the Andes. Tomorrow, by special dramatic license, we'll be in Cochabamba. From there on to La Paz and Lake Titicaca on the Altiplano. Then the Northwest, Cusco and Quito and Bogota. Next week, we'll tell you about it. The Andes deserve more than one broadcast, but I'm afraid we're in a hurry, and we've got a lot to tell. For now, I'd like to thank the fine Brazilian musicians who brought us their authentic music on tonight's broadcast. I'd like to thank Lud Gluskin, who was also around and did the conducting. And as for Carmen Miranda, well, Carmen, see, sir. Here's a big abrazo.
Thank you very much, Orson. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego, Carmen. Hasta luego. Hasta luego, todo mundo. Good night, Americans.
This program is a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Attention all adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio, our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below and start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. I want you please to make a picture in your mind. We're high in the mountains, in the solemn loveliness of the very crest of our planet. Below us are two oceans and two poles. We can see, as in a moment of time, all the nations of our hemisphere. We're standing at the foot of a great monument, the image of him who died proclaiming the brotherhood of man. Imagine the Christ of the Andes. That's the way I'd like to start this broadcast. That picture. And all of us thinking about it. I've asked some people to the studio tonight, and they've been kind enough to come. I'd like you to meet them first. We'll let the lady come first. Your name, please?
Mrs. Walter Jones.
Your occupation?
I'm a housewife. Doesn't seem like an occupation, but believe me, it is.
Sure it is, Mrs. Jones. Next?
I'm Mr. Bowers. I'm a salesman.
How do you do?
I sell brushes. How do you do? Not only hair brushes, but floor brushes, too.
Let's say, I don't get this. What kind of a show is this?
And your name, please, and occupation.
I'm a truck driver. My truck's waiting downstairs on the street, and my wife's waiting at home.
Well, I won't keep you long, Mr.
Probus. Nick Probus.
Thank you. I've invited you here, the three of you, in order to ask you some questions.
Hey, I'm your man, Mr. Wells. Now, I'd like to take names of ball players.
I'd like dates in American history, if possible.
How about actors and actresses for my
I'm
choice?
very sorry to disappoint you, all of you, but our question for tonight has to do with some mountains. What are the Rocky Mountains of South America? The equivalent to the Rockies. No coaching from the audience, please. You, sir?
The Andes?
That's absolutely correct. Mrs. Jones, what do you know about the Andes Mountains?
It's very hot down there, I believe. Tropical, jungle, most of it.
Some of the Andes are in jungle. Some are snow-covered.
Oh, yes.
Most of us aren't very good at South American geography. I know I didn't know anything about it at all until I went down there. How about you, sir?
Well, as you say, there's the Andes Mountains.
That's right.
Then there's the Amazon.
Right.
Several big rivers. And the countries are Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Argentina. There's a couple of more, I think.
Mr. Provost?
Well, that's where Carmen Miranda comes from, South America.
She certainly does. Now about the Andes.
Mr. Wells, excuse me.
Yes, little girl. Oh, hello. I haven't seen you since Columbus Day.
Oh, Mr. Wells, I know some things about the Andes.
All right, go ahead.
The Andes is a mountain system which forms a continuous chain along the western coast of South America. It is over 4,000 miles long and in some parts 100 miles wide. Its average height is 13,000 feet, and there are big birds called condors which can fly over the Andes without stopping once.
Thank you, little girl. That helps a little, but...
Just in time. I've come just in time. Howdy, Mr. Wells.
Who are you?
I'm the man with the facts. Can't start anything without knowing the facts. Facts, figures, there's the key to knowledge. Take away the facts and civilization goes to pieces.
That's very interesting, but I'm afraid...
Andes, did you say? Two principal chains. Eastern chain's called the Andes, western chain's called the Cordilleras. The Andes are longer, higher, wider than the Rockies. The islands of Tierra del Fuego at Cape Horn are also part of the Andes, coming up from underwater. Lakes? South America's full of lakes, most of them in the Andes. Titicaca, only one of its kind. 12,545 feet above sea level. Volcanoes, highest active volcanoes in the world. There's facts for you.
Thank you very much.
Lamas now Palcas. Andes, the only place in the world you can find it. $1,500 million worth of silver have come out of the Potosi mines in the Andes. Well, I must run along, catch another program. Great demand for facts these days. Here's my card. So long.
Well, we got some facts, all right, but do facts tell the story? How do we best tell it? By anecdote? By heroes? By legend? Is there a chain that binds this scattered history together? The Andes. Not only mountains. On these towering hills, kingdoms and empires lived. And here both tyrant and liberator planted their flag. Conquistadores! Was there ever a name with such stride? Conquistadores, men from the East with the pull of history in their blood. The Spaniard, the horseman, the assassin, carrying Christ on his sword. Pizarro, conquistador. Pizarro, the man, the mortal, daring the giant Andes of Peru. His army, a few hundred men, shining in armor. He faced the mountain shouting, "Swing open! Swing open! For the Spaniards have come! Let us through! This is our century!"
has come. And what will remain of us?
Pizarro leads us to our death.
Gold? Who sees gold?
I see nothing but air.
Same as in Panama.
Oh, so you are conquistadores, eh? Your comrades have smashed the head of Mexico. They hold Tenochtitlan, and here you stand, wailing like women.
Guard your tongue, Hernando, or your sword shall answer for it.
My sword is ready.
Aye, here is mine.
Oh, Pizarro.
What does this mean, Hernando? We are tired, Pizarro.
We cannot eat our horses forever.
Here is my sword, and with it I draw a line on the ground. Ahead, over the Andes, lies Peru and riches. Behind Panama is poverty. Choose each man what best becomes a brave Castilian. Is our blood so pale and thin we talk of home? Shall we be laughed at in Panama? I should rather my bones be picked at by eagles. For my part, I go to the south.
To the south, the Incas, the Indians, children of the sun. The Incas, high in their Andes, safe in the Cordilleras, the heaven-ascending hills, safe in their temples and gardens. Safe, they thought. They dwelt on a mountain of silver and gold in their simple houses, workers in stone and metal. The Incas, artisans, craftsmen, road builders, builders of huge gateways and pillars of stone hewn from quarries, set by hand, and 4 centuries have not pulled them down. While Pizarro marched southward, master of the mountains, conquistador, until from a great height, the green land lay below, gateway to treasure, in this year 1532.
Hernando, what have we left?
72 horses and 2 cannon. 150 men.
While to the south, at Cajamarca, the chief of all the Incas, tall warrior Atahualpa, stood in the door of the great temple. And in his eyes, the sun was going down. They're almost at the city. Do you hear, great Atahualpa?
I hear. Perhaps they are the white children of the sun who return after many wanderings, as it is said in the prophecy. Why should we fear them? We are too great a people.
Pizarro, their garrisons are everywhere. And they outnumber us 1,000, 10,000 to 1.
We will not strike at the body, but at the heart, if we capture Atahualpa.
Atahualpa? I am no coward, but such a plan is madness.
Then we shall be mad. There is enough wealth here. With water, we could drown the very seas. We shall take Atahualpa. And the Spaniard knife at his throat will teach him more than all his temples.
A 100 men were enough for it. A handful. 100 men, mortal as sin. And 2 cannon. Dragons bearing gods. Gods bearing thunder. Butchers on horseback. So fell the Inca, God Inca, mountain pharaoh, heir to the sun with his empire. Cities were set to the torch. The Andes glowed with the fires of carnage. Cusco, the holy city, blazing. Who will stand and cry out? There was Greece and Rome after. And in Mexico,
The great Montezuma learned to die. So Atahualpa. Old gods go down. The dust settles. The dead are buried.
And what else did that guy do besides breaking into the treasury?
Conquered the Andes. For many years ruled for the Spanish crown over almost one-third of the South American continent. It's a long time back, of course. Nowadays, he doesn't look very well. You can take my word for it. I've just seen him.
I beg pardon?
Pizarro?
The same. I've just been to visit him in Lima, the city of the king.
Oh, what do you have to say for himself?
Nothing. Nothing at all. He just lay there in his glass case in the cathedral. You see, he's a mummy, like King Tut. Has been over 300 years. He's as dead as you can get.
What got him, old age?
No, he was murdered by some of his own men.
Well, it's like a gangster story, huh?
That's one way of looking at it. There were a lot of murders from then on. Kings of Spain ruled the Andes from Spain. All the way up to the last century, the men of the Incas and their conquerors lived in a black night of murder and feud. But day drew near. The beam of light swung from the north, while Peru kneeled. Blood stained the snow at Valley Forge. 1776. The year cast in bronze, like a bell, tolling the landscape. The year ringing out over continents, and the word freedom sped down the meridians, down the paths of wind and water. The word was passed along like a coin, a bright thing, a hope, and all hands touching the coin became hard, coiled into a fist, waiting for the day of power. A shot heard round the world. The wooden bridge at Concord, spanning seas and linking men in the courage of freedom. And they heard that shot in South America.
I know what came next, Mr. Wells.
Yes, little girl?
The liberators. Bolivar, San Martin, O'Higgins, Sucre.
The liberators. Before them was Tupac Amaru, the Indian, who raised a mountain army of 40,000 to throw off the Spaniards. After his capture, they pulled out his tongue, bound him to a stake, and forced him to watch while his wife and son and kinsmen were pulled apart by horses driven in different directions. Then he himself was killed by torture. Then there was a dream of an American republic for the Indians. The Latin revolutionary Miranda, who fought for Washington and then in France, bound this scheme in a book and gave it to an English statesman who hated Spain. Sir William Pitt read it carefully, and when he closed the green morocco covers, he is said merely to have smiled. But the shot heard round the world still echoed after a quarter of a century, still hummed in the ears of men. The tyrants were fearful. They visited Spain more often for the raising of armies and for polite conversation.
We shall have to take firmer steps in Venezuela.
We must not allow news of the United States to reach the people.
Larger army must be brought over, or else we're not safe.
Oh, Bolivar, stay.
I was about to leave. The air is foul here.
Oh, I shall have the windows open.
I'm afraid it is not the windows.
Bolivar. Simon Bolivar, the liberator. Young. He'd read the books Spain banned in South America, books from North America and France. And he had the mind and heart for what he read. Handsome, very rich, with everything to lose.
Look into the heart of man, Simon, and not his purse.
So his tutor told him, and Bolivar listened.
Look into the heart of man, Simon. Do not investigate his blood, but see him as a man. Look at truth directly with your eyes, though it be blind.
And Bolivar looked, and the truth was blinding. Yes, and terrible. The truth was heard in the street.
Down with tyranny!
Come out of your house in your grande of Spain.
Come out! Come out! You can go in again without your head.
Our day is on the calendar, senor.
Our day will come like a wave. I vow to dedicate my life to the emancipation of my country. Hear me, sky. Believe me. You are my witness. I swear South America shall one day be free.
What do we care if Spain submits to Napoleon?
Hesitate is to perish. We've decided to be free. We were sacked.
We must conquer or die, and we will conquer. For heaven does not want us in chains.
And there came a time when the liberator had more to fear from the elements than the armies of the king.
Spain has retaken the most of all we've won. We must surprise it back. We will march on them now, by the Andes.
Andes? But my general, it's the rainy season. In some parts, the mountains are impassable.
Where a goat can pass, so can an army. Pizarro once crossed the Andes with a flag of tyranny. And I shall cross them for freedom.
Here's the story of that march across the Andes by a man who was there, Bolivar's own adjutant.
First sight of the wonderful mountains caused astonishment and fear among our Indian troops. Their wonder grew with every climb, but the summit they believed the highest was always the first stage of a yet higher one, till in the end the highest of all was separated from earth by cloud and mist. These men, accustomed on their plains to cross torrential rivers, to tame wild horses, to fight the buffalo, the crocodile, and the tiger with their naked bodies, were terrified by the alien scenery. The mules carrying arms and munitions collapsed under the weight. Not many horses survived the fifth day. The carcasses abandoned by the advance guard blocked the way of those following. Day and night rain poured down. With the altitude, the cold became more rigorous.
Pizarro crossed the lower Andes, yes. But this daring of a boy, surpassed all. They climbed the craggy gorges, higher and higher, and the mist of earth seemed to fall away. And higher yet, past the timberline, past the last green areas, into the thinning air. And below, the eagle soared and would not follow. High into the cold, murderous air, which could kill a man and leave the candle burning.
At 4 places, the way was completely blocked by huge boulders and fallen trees, or undermined by the incessant rain. The men who had been given rations of raw meat for 4 days threw them away because they could hardly carry their rifles on the steep slopes. At that time, the last horses fell.
Higher, into the region of ice, into the silence, where the sky pressed upon their shoulders, and men died. Wagons went over the sheer cliffs, but the army marched, with feet bleeding, with hunger at their side. The army marched. The sides of a mountain would tumble down. The earth would open and pull them under to a white death.
Very late at night, the army bivouacked at the foot of Mount Pisgah, at nearly 13,000 feet. Terrible night. The men were in rags, and hail and icy wind put out the fires they attempted to light.
For death came quietly, at night, stopping the heartbeat with its icy hand, twisting the limbs into terrible shapes, picking men off as they stumbled or went mad with snow blindness.
The next day, the troops crossed the plateau. Men fell marching, and many died. Some of them succeeded in restoring some warmth to their half-frozen bodies by beating themselves. That day, I noticed a group of men not far from where I was sitting exhausted. To my question, one replied that the wife of a man in the rifle battalion, where a large number of women had come with us, was in labor. The next morning, I saw the woman marching on with the rear guard of the battalion, her newborn babe in her arms.
Pizarro, can your dead bones rise? Can your glory match this glory? Does any man dare to surpass the height and heroism of a conquistador? Yes. You are far below now, Pizarro. You are tumbled from the sky forever. The democratic man climbs the Andes, and he passes your pinnacles. He shouts across the centuries.
Bolivar, they're gone. We are losing 10 men a day, 20. The wagons cannot follow.
Then we'll leave the wagons behind. We must get through. If I die, it will be in battle, not here. I have made a vow, and I shall keep it.
This was another valley forge. And here on this height, history binds two events and makes them one. Later, ragged and torn, these same men went into battle on the plains, with the frost still on their lips.
And what happened? Who won?
I know.
You tell us about it.
He was outnumbered almost 2-1. And after all that marching, he still won the battle.
And then what?
Then there were more battles. And finally, in 1820, the first constitution was drawn up for Venezuela, Ecuador, and Colombia, based on the Constitution of the United States of America. Oh, and Mr. Wells, we forgot San Martin.
Jose de San Martin, liberator of Argentina. Jose de San Martin. Before Simon Bolivar, he crossed the Andes with an army. The Army of the Andes, that was the official title. They crossed the Cordilleras over the passes of La Ramada and the Planchon and the Portillo. 4,000 men in 24 days, descending the plains of Chile into the Aconcagua Valley. And there on the slope of Chacabuco, the Andes rang with the clash of sabers, and the Spaniard was smashed in Chile. Don Jose de San Martin, general. He was a man who was last to drink when the army came to water. On the 9th of December in the year 1824, the Battle of Ayacucho ended, and after 14 years, the War of Independence of Latin America ended. The Andes were quiet once again. Only the voice of Simon Bolivar rang over them.
It is necessary that ours be a society of sister nations, strongly and powerfully united, a political body of all our republics. I desire to see the formation in America of the greatest nation in the world, not so much as to its extension and wealth, as to its glory and freedom.
Here was a vision of the future. Bolivar saw the centuries unfold and the peace to come. He saw the strength of the Americas and its common destiny. Yes, the blood on the Andes was washed away. But there were men who dreamed of new bloodshed.
It's a very risky matter, Santander. To kill a man is a simple thing. But Bolivar... So, who is Bolivar? He can die as well as any man. He has too many great ideas. He has appointed you minister. And he was a fool. We shall ambush him at the palace. Our cry will be, death to the tyrant.
Santander used the trick repeated by all tyrants. Say you battle for freedom and kill freedom.
Death to the
General
tyrant.
Santander, you are under arrest in the name of the Republic.
Bolivar escaped with his life, so the history books tell us.
I have really been murdered. The daggers have entered my heart. Is this the reward? How have I offended freedom?
Santander is ready.
Santander, I have changed the penalty to banishment.
You do not wish to see me die?
How will it end, Santander? If I kill you, you will perhaps be avenged, and then I, in turn, will be avenged. Will South America be the stronger? Will other countries regard us as greater? No. Now get out of this country, lest the wrath of the people tear you apart. There will be law here, not anarchy. Let the authority of the people be the only existing power on earth. Let the name of tyranny be obliterated from the language of the world and ever forgotten.
In North America, we fought a war to preserve a union of the states. And South America, too, moved to bury old hatreds. And once again, history was written on top of the Andes, this time in another century and without bloodshed. 13,000 feet above the sea, on the morning of the 13th day of March in the year of our Lord, 1904, there was unveiled the Christ of the Andes, a statue that faced the silence of the hills. Its inscription reads as follows.
Sooner shall these mountains crumble to dust than our peoples break the peace which at the feet of Christ the Redeemer they have pledged to maintain.
And the peace was kept to this day. The Christ of the Andes was cast in the same bronze, melted down from the border cannon. There's poetry for the world. Well, that's the end of our program. Next week we're visiting the islands of America. Please tune in, same time, your time, same station. Here was the cast tonight. Edmund O'Brien played Bolivar. Agnes Moorehead was Mrs. Jones. Ray Collins was the adjutant. Ted Reed was the salesman. Barbara Jean Wong was the little girl. Pedro de Cordova was Atahualpa. Hans Conried played Pizarro. And Gerald Moore was Mr. Probus, the truck driver. Very nice to welcome Bernard Herrmann back to the Mercury. He conducted our music for us, as he usually does. There were two compositions written by distinguished South American musicians. Night in the Andes by Justin Ailey and Il Guarani by Carlos Gomez. Now about Norman Roston. One of the best young American poets we know about is Norman Roston, and he wrote the poetry you heard on this show. I'd like to finish by repeating a few lines. Pizarro, can your dead bones rise? Does any man dare to surpass the height and heroism of a conquistador? Yes. You are far below now, Pizarro. You are tumbled from the sky forever. The democratic man climbs the Andes, and he passes your pinnacles. He shouts across the centuries.
This is a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Attention all adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio, our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below and start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. Southward, turn from the Florida Keys towards the huge pole of the Caribbean, towards the classic islands, the Bahamas, the Leeward, the Windward, the Antilles, scattered like 100 stones there. Columbus touched land there.
San Salvador and Cuba, stepping stone for the conquistador. The islands, the Indies, spice and rum, and the green jungles, the Spanish Main. Rum Key, Crooked Island Passage, Turks Island Passage, Providenciales, Ragged Island, tongue of the ocean channel. All the names written in blood and legend, named for the mood of massacre, the sweep of the sea, named for heroes and hell. Between the finger of Cuba to the west and the small island of Puerto Rico to the east, before the islands stream out like a comet tail southward, lies the island of Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Haiti, with its harbors and lagoons, with its long white beaches and cliffs where the surf rides in for miles, where boats dock from African runs, heavy with slaves, filled to the gunwales with chained men. Here one of them stands, stripped, tied to the mast with his eyes blazing. He looks ahead. His lips do not open. He is the son of Galguino, king of Aradas, of an African tribe. Sold to the French, the Spanish, the English, whoever bids highest. Who'll bid for this man, this king?
I bid 10 pieces of gold.
10 pieces for this giant? Only 10 pieces for these shoulders?
20 pieces.
Sold to the French nobleman. This son of a king, this image of God, sold with his eyes and hair and blood. 20 pieces take him, soul and all, to have and to hold, to whip and to starve, till death do you part, O slave and master. Haiti, the haunted island. Voodoo place, the rhododrums throbbing in the hills at night. And this, too, this is Haiti. Liberty cannot subsist without toil. That, too, was Haiti, is Haiti. The voice of Toussaint Louverture, whose father was a king in Africa, who lived to see slavery die in Haiti. There's not much recorded in the Book of Time how Haiti fought for the United States. 800 Negroes from the sunfields of the Caribbean fought in the snowfields of the colonies. And in the end, victory. Liberty leaped the Atlantic. Barricades rose in the streets of Paris. And the guillotine fell. And fell. And fell. The people, slow in their wrath, swift to vengeance. And the tyrants learned that slaves, too, are people.
I, Robespierre, in the name of the National Assembly of France, hereby abolish slavery in all the French colonies.
Whereupon, Toussaint Louverture, the black man of Haiti, joined with the French garrisons to exterminate the Spanish and English. Men die, the people live. The little, aged, patient one, Toussaint. And there was within the fierce, uncompromising Henri Christophe. Were we to cause torrents of blood to flow, to maintain our liberty, to fire 7/8 of the globe, we are innocent before God. And it came to pass that the black men of Haiti were visited by the English commander.
I had imagined you a different man, Toussaint.
We are all the same man under God.
Come over to our side. You will be king of this island. Stay with us, Toussaint, and be rich.
I am rich. I have a wife and many sons and the love of my people. Are there other riches? If so, the slave has not the wisdom of the master. I tell you to take your troops home. To leave our harbors under your own sail, or else we shall give your sails a more dangerous wind. You will buy and sell us no longer. The slave trade is over. We come to a new century.
Mass was said in all the churches. Santo Domingo and Haiti were independent, with loyalty to France. Toussaint was governor, and a constitution was drafted in 1800, prepared for dispatch to Napoleon by the Council of the Islands.
How shall we address the dispatch?
His Most Reverend Excellency, or Majesty. That is it. Your Majesty.
We shall give him the most respectful of all salutations. To Citizen Bonaparte, First Consul of the French Republic.
First Consul of the French Republic. So the liberator of Haiti addressed the liberator of France. In France now was young Simon Bolivar, soon to be called liberator in South America, to be called in history the liberator, and to deserve the name.
This Napoleon, he is a very great man. Is he not, Bolivar?
Close the window. So, the liberator of Europe has turned tyrant. Cannot a man break chains without chaining others? Europe is a disease. I will go back to Venezuela. There is work to be done. There is hope yet in the new world.
They helped Bolivar in Haiti, lent him money, and gave him refuge. In all the Americas, the kings of Europe were the common enemy. New world history tells a long story of the fight against kings. In France, Napoleon rose with a revolution and then betrayed it, crowning himself emperor. In Haiti, Christophe rose with a revolution, and Christophe crowned himself emperor. Have you heard of La Ferrière, the great mountain fortress? You can see it today from your Pan American clipper. Christophe's Citadel.
The Citadel. Ah, yes. My father died building Christophe's Citadel, and his brothers, and my mother's brother.
Never had such a fortress been built in such a place, high on a cliff. Its mighty prow streamlined like a battleship's bows. Cannon wait on its ramparts, one for each day in the year, on guard at the endless echoing galleries.
Speak softly of the Citadel. The Citadel is terrible. He who made it is terrible. But say it softly. Softly. Better still, do not say it. Just know it. Know it.
The Citadel could not be taken. No one would conquer it. And no one ever did. For no one came. A tyrant built this bastion against a terror that never came. The futile guns stand speechless in the empty galleries. And where is Christophe, king of kings? Tambu Paparois, send out the call. Tambu Mamarois, pound on his gravestone. Tambu Templant, give the dead king tongue.
I heard the drums call down the sleeping years. I walk again. Christophe, the king. Henri Christophe, monarch of the north. Black man. Christophe, king. I fought with Toussaint. I ate at his table. I learned of those things men set down in their books. It is not given to me to read. Such things are dangerous for slaves. But I became king. I had a gold carriage and fountains and baths, Roman baths, and a small fat dwarf to make me smile when I was sad. And I was often sad. My ships carried cargoes of cotton and rum and gold and indigo, silver and spice. And brought me back velvet and satin and silk, and cannons and powder, and swords and pistols and muskets to back my lords. And a white man from France to hide my gold.
Majesty, you sent for me?
I'm out here on the terrace. What information?
The last one died an hour ago.
We had no chance to talk.
None, Majesty. I took them to my quarters where a feast was spread in celebration of the sealing of the treasure room.
How did you do it?
poisoned wine?
Yes, Majesty. We drank a toast to the great secret.
And they are all dead?
Yes, Majesty. We alone know where your gold is buried.
Only Christophe the king and Dupont the engineer.
The secret is safe with me, Majesty. I've sworn on my honor.
60 million francs, a great price.
Majesty, the honor of a gentleman is above price.
Your friend General Brunet a gentleman?
Oh, but assuredly, he's my kinsman.
Toussaint Louverture. He's not my kinsman. He was my friend.
Majesty, I don't understand.
General Brunet gave Toussaint his word of honor that Toussaint would leave with safety after the parley. Do you recall what happened to Toussaint? I hear Napoleon gave Brunet a medal for doing that honorable thing. He says your kinsman?
Oh, by marriage only, Your Majesty. And after what you've told me, I renounce him. He's a man without honor.
Honor? Renounce? I'm sometimes glad I was never taught to read words or write them. Deeds. When you do a thing, it's done. You can depend on it. You're cold, Monsieur Dupont.
Why, it's the night wind, Majesty. If Your Majesty pleases, I'll go to my quarters. The night wind is cold.
Yeah, take my cape.
I have my things to set in order.
I find the night wind soft and warm.
My ship sails at dawn, Majesty.
The bon chance. Yes, it sails with the morning tide.
With Your Majesty's permission, could we talk less near the edge of the parapet? I'm troubled by a vertigo at great height.
I once marched a company of soldiers off this battlement to impress a British general with the disciplining of my troops.
Rather a costly method of impressing him, was it not, Your Majesty?
No, he concluded a peace as a result, and I saved the lives of 10 troops. Nothing is so impressive or final as a deed. Monsieur Dupont.
I agree with you. Now may I take my leave?
Monsieur Dupont, you addressed me without use of my title.
It was without intention, Your Majesty.
Sure, I'm a king. You are a commoner. The white man. I have scars on my back that were made by a white man's whip. I was a slave.
Is it fair, Your Majesty, to blame all white men because some have used you ill?
I've known many white men whom I like. Young Marquis de Lafayette, a good white man. Was a young waiter then in a hotel. Of course, you know that.
Majesty, all Europe...
Called for volunteers to sail north to join Lafayette, who was helping the Americans. I sailed with 800 other Negroes from Haiti. We helped the Americans win their battle. They were fighting for liberty and equality. So we helped them. But still they buy and sell slaves. And I think now that when white men say liberty and equality, they mean it only for white men. And only those white men who are rich and powerful. Now it grows late, Monsieur Dupont. Completed your work here and have earned the sum I promised you. Shall I send it to your wife?
I don't understand.
I'm not a thief, Monsieur Dupont. You're too much a man of the world to remain in my service. It is not practical that I show you mercy.
In the name of God, Majesty.
I will take my cape, monsieur. I have a fondness for this cape. The walls are sheer for 1,000 feet. I finished my walk that night alone. I am Henri Christophe, King of the North. And my secret sleeps with my boldness. Why is it so quiet? I have not heard a cock crow or a dog bark.
Your people have killed all the fowls in the neighborhood and taken the dogs and goats to the hills so that no noise will disturb your rest.
I feel no pain, Doctor. Only a numbness like a great cold. When the people learn, there'll be trouble. Who will fear a king with dead legs? Are there candles burning for me? You think I'll die?
It's in the hands of God.
I don't trust God. I think perhaps he disapproves of me. Give me medicine.
I'm doing all I can.
I sent for another doctor who has more wisdom, older wisdom.
If you bring a Bokor into the palace, I shall leave. I'll have no dirty witch doctor pawing over my patients.
I am still king, Monsieur le Docteur. You are arrogant in my presence and address me without title. You are very sure that I will not leave this bed again. Well, I can kill from my bed. Gilly! Gilly! Bring me my pistols. Wait, Leech. Guards! Stop that walk! Guards!
Yes, Majesty.
Where are the palace guards?
At the gates, Majesty. A mob is forming there.
Waste no time. Where is the Bokor?
I said for a beaten jury.
Majesty, none of the Bokors will come. Word is out that the people have cast 1,000 silver bullets.
1,000 silver bullets. Drums are talking in the hills. Healy, go out there and kill every man, every woman, every child in the mob. Someone in that mob shouted, "Down with the king!"
Yes, Majesty.
Healy!
Yes, Majesty.
Fetch me my pistol.
Here they are,
2
Majesty.
silver bullets. Those 2.
Here, Majesty.
Come back here! Come back here! Healy! Help me! I go to my citadel! Healy! Antoine! Celestine! Celestine! I'm on my throne, in my palace. They look for me with their silver bullets. Let them. I have my own silver bullet. They will not find me. Who says a living dog is better than a dead lion? Look for me at the full of the moon, at the call of the drums. My ghost still walks. I am Christoph, King of the North, and my secret sleeps with my bones. We've just heard from the ghost of the dictator. If time permitted, we'd take you now to the island of St. Helena for a word or two from another dictator. You can't raise his particular spirit with tom-toms, however. Field drums and kettle drums invoke the shade of the Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte. They know the ritual in Berlin. No time for dictators is... I mean exactly that, no time for dictators. I'd just like to mention here that tyrants multiply. You can't trust an ocean to keep them away any more than you trust one of their own treaties. There simply isn't room enough on our globe for the pettiest despot that ever cracked a whip. So it wasn't enough to say that Napoleon was just too bad for Europe. He was also too bad for America. He was too bad for Haiti, where his bad example made possible the Emperor Christophe. In France, the great plantation owners, in extraordinary session, and after extraordinary deliberation, came out with an extraordinary announcement.
If there are to be no more slaves, we are faced with the fact that there are to be no more colonies.
Excellent, gentlemen. Perfectly logical the way you stated it, or the other way around. No slaves, no colonies. For wittier, we might have credited you with an epigram. What about Napoleon at this moment? Remember the letter Toussaint addressed to him?
Citizen Bonaparte. He dares to call me that citizen? I, who conquered all Europe? I, the emperor, to be called citizen by a slave? And what nonsense have we here? A draft of a constitution? Why has this been allowed to happen?
Your Excellency, there is no rebellion. Toussaint L'Ouverture has united the colony for France.
I have 25,000 men to spare. They are in need of maneuvers.
The great Napoleon frightened. The conqueror of all Europe fears a man on an island. Fears the name of the man, and Napoleon says,
"Search out this soul, sir. This slave who walks like a man. Tear out this root of freedom wherever it grows. I, Napoleon, order it to be done."
While on the heights, over the Bay of Samana, Toussaint looks to the peaceful Caribbean, counting the sails as they slice the horizon and converge to the harbor. His face is calm. His hand grips his sword.
I have counted 50 sails, Toussaint.
56, Christophe. 56 messengers of hell. Oh, that the seas could open and carry them down. That my hatred could strike them as 1,000 arrows. Against our words of peace, they've sent their iron. But I swear to the sky we shall teach them what war is. We shall prove to the world that 50 ships, 1,000 ships, cannot make us kneel again, once having learned to stand.
With his own hand, Toussaint set fire to his own beautiful house, while his wife wept. The white man came to conquer easily, but he ran into iron mountains and iron men. He found the granite of freedom and broke an army against it. Later, when the land was devastated with war, the fields and cities ruined, Napoleon Bonaparte promised freedom to the island.
Who's that? How do you know they won't betray their promises? They're weak. We can strike now and be free forever.
I have given my word for peace. I have put my sword away, Christophe. We are not cannibals, but men of honor. And the world must judge us so.
You trusted too well, Toussaint. You were not born for this treacherous year. You came in peace, on a pleasant day, unarmed, alone, at his kind invitation. And it was over, quicker than a lamp was put out, quicker than the falling of a star. You stepped over the threshold, and your great history was ended. You, Toussaint, stripped of your epaulets, you warrior, dragged aboard ship in the dark, manacled there on the deck, you breaker of chains, now put into chains, and before your very eyes the sails filled, and Haiti, surrounded by stars and water, your home, your island, was left behind. Did you weep as the sea enclosed you? What did you speak to the night? What did your voice say?
They have in me struck down but the trunk of the tree. The roots are many and deep. They will shoot up again.
Better he was struck dead upon the deck. Better a simple death, anonymous at sea. But Napoleon had greater plans. The dungeon for Toussaint, locked below the earth behind huge doors. There he is brought to be broken. Would he beg? Would he weep?
I will stand here until the door of heaven opens. I will be as strong as these stone doors.
Napoleon waited, and all he received were letters, calm letters, asking that the crime of Toussaint be explained. Months went by, and then one day Napoleon writes a letter to the caretaker of the prison in which Toussaint was kept.
I order you to take a trip. You may go anywhere you wish for 1 week.
Toussaint Louverture was left alone. He starved to death. The year 1803. Earlier, we told you the story of Christophe, whose reign followed Toussaint's death. We've seen Christophe die on his jungle throne. He and the Emperor of Europe. The world against both of them. Both breathing their last in the same chapter of history. In Christophe's time and before and since, prayers are still said in the hills to the old gods of the Congo. Sobo, Nogun, Agahan, Dambala. I remember a dark night on one of the islands, driving the mountains. I stopped my car because a crowd of people grouped around lanterns in the center of the highway blocked my way. A tall man approached the car and spoke. Bonsoir. Has there been an accident?
No, monsieur. It is that we are burying a man who has died.
Why do you bury him in the middle of a public highway?
So the Bocas will be afraid to come and dig him up, make him into a zombie.
Tell me, how are zombies made? I would give 10 goods to know.
Give.
There you are.
When a man dies, the Bocas dig him up before the sun rises. They do something secret that only the Bocas know. And then the man's body walks again, and the Bocas sell them to work in the cane fields.
Why don't they go to their homes after they're brought back to life? Have they no memory of home?
They have no minds or souls, monsieur. Only their bodies live again. They have finished covering the grave, monsieur. You can't pass on now. I've told you all I know of zombies.
I talked to many people in the West Indies about zombies. Wherever I went throughout the islands, I heard these tall tales. In the Bahamas, Jamaica, there the witch doctors are called Obe men, and the Duppies are the ghosts of dead men who walk in the night and moan at the moon. Black magic, charms, and witchcraft. From Bimini to Trinidad. Always the same answers from those who live in these islands. Here are deep matters, not to be dismissed by crying blasphemy. But the last word I got on the zombie situation came from a West Indian, a young Negro doctor. I'd like you to hear what he has to say on these matters.
Mr. Wells, mumbo-jumbo is dying out. Anyway, it's dying out here in the Americas. All kinds of mumbo-jumbo, not just voodoo. Christophe retreated into the past and looked for sanctuary among the witch doctors. As you say, he was only following a bad example. When Citizen Bonaparte became Emperor Napoleon, that was the mumbo-jumbo of old Europe. The tribal gods of the Nazis are mumbo-jumbo. Fascism is mumbo-jumbo. And as to zombies, the most authentic specimens I know are the people living under Hitler and the other Axis witch doctors. Their minds and souls have been taken away from them. They are the living dead. The way we look at it, that's what this war is all about. To free the zombies from their spell, to get rid of the witch doctors. And I like what we heard Toussaint Louverture say tonight. It goes for all us Americans. You will buy and sell us no longer, he said. Remember? The slave trade is over. We have come to a new century.
That's the best possible way to end this program. Thank you. Good night, Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the third in the series of Latin American programs brought to you by Orson Welles, who has recently returned from an 8-month visit to South America for the coordinator of Latin American affairs. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
$10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have an exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio, our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below and start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, PBS and the Mercury Theater bring you The Alphabet of the Islands. A is for the Americas, North, South, and Central. A is for the Atlantic Ocean. A is for Africa. A is for adventure and adventure in the Antilles, our great American archipelago. That's the subject of this broadcast. The Antilles are actually the peaks of a chain of great mountains which sank into the southern seas when time was young. I've been to a lot of islands, South Seas, East Indies, the Greek islands, and the Mediterranean. The Thousand Islands, even the Manitous in Lake Michigan, and the Aran Islands off the coast of Ireland. Take my word for it, the islands of the Caribbean, the Antilles, are worth talking about. It's hard to know where to begin, so we're letting the alphabet decide it for us.
the alphabet of the Antilles. A is for Arawaks, the eaters of meal. Arawaks were the people Columbus found when he discovered America. Here's what he had to say about them.
The savages are very free from wickedness. So gentle and affectionate are they that I swear there is no better people in the world.
The men of Europe soon changed their good opinion of the first Americans in this early time.
They are a barbarous sort of people. They conceived an incredible odium against us, more especially because they saw us take possession of their kingdoms and dominions.
These are real quotes. One of the early colonists speaking.
The greatest part of these Indians died in caves and subterraneous places of the woods and mountains. We made use of dogs to search for them.
The Arawak language was as soft and no less liquid than Latin, rich in vowels and pleasant to the ear. Columbus again.
Their discourse is ever sweet and gentle, and accompanied with a smile.
The Arawak people left us some words to remember them by. The words:
hammock,
Canoe,
potato, guava, tobacco.
The first word spoken to the discoverers by the Arawaks has not survived in our language. It is Taino. That's the first word Europe ever heard from America. After the white men had landed, some Arawak people approached them with that word. Taino. It means peace. A is for armadillos. They have armor. Armadillos are a kind of possum built like turtles. A is for anacondas, big snakes. These creatures live in the countries we're talking about. Angostura bitters come in a bottle from the island of Trinidad. Don't even know whether Frank Morgan or Ralph Morgan, whose family owned the company, know what Angostura bitters are made of. The recipe is a secret and has been for generations. What to do with Angostura bitters, however, is no secret to anybody who can mix a drink. A is for arrowroot, used to make biscuits. Arrowroot is put in baby food. Angostura bitters is not.
Speaking of good things to drink,
Yes?
Curacao, that exquisite liqueur, does not come from the island of Curacao.
Oh, thank you, miss, for the interesting information.
That's my line, interesting information.
Oh.
Curacao comes from Europe. Anyway, it used to. It's made of the peel of an orange. The orange comes from Curacao.
Excuse me, but how did Curacao get into the conversation? This is an alphabet, and we're still on the A's.
Curacao is part of the ABC Islands.
That's right. A is for the ABC Islands. ABC stands for Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao.
The Dutch own the ABC Islands.
Yes, that's right.
Nowadays, Curacao is a big center of oil refining.
Well, that's important in this war.
One of the first governors was Peter Stuyvesant. Later on, he was transferred to another island, an island off the coast of North America named New Amsterdam. The Indians called it...
Manhattan?
Correct.
They paid for that real estate, didn't they? They got it cheap, $24 worth of glass beads. A is for advantage. A gun, for instance. That's an advantage. I once knew a gangster who had a good word for that kind of advantage. He called it an edge. We're sitting in a joint in Chicago in the old days, and I was talking about a famous mobster who had just recently been removed from this life.
Tough.
Tough? Is my gangster friend?
Tough. Ain't no such thing as a tough guy. Ain't no tough guy. Just a guy with an edge. An edge is a rod. An edge is a few inches over the other guy, a couple of more pounds, a longer reach. Being awake when the other guy's sleeping, that's an edge. Being smarter, being earlier, faster. That's an edge. An edge is a mob, an edge is a bankroll. Nah. Ain't no such thing as a tough guy.
For advantage, see edge, under E. The men from Europe had something over the men in America. You can pick a word for it. Aeroplanes are a happier kind of advantage. A is for aeroplanes, which are bringing all the Americas closer together. B is for bolero. Not Ravel's bolero, which isn't a real bolero, but the slow, sweet music you hear now.
Tengo ansias locas de sentirte mía, sentir que tus besos retemen mis labios.
In our part of the world, we used to call this kind of a song a ballad. B is for birds. A lot of the ones you know spend their winters in the West Indies, which is nice for them. A lot of birds you don't know like it so much they stay down there the year round. The kiskadee, for instance, which speaks in French and says, "What's he talking about?" And the trogon and the sugar bird.
All kinds of hummingbirds. Birds to sing, birds to look at. B is for beaches. A lot of the world's best slope into the Caribbean. One of the prettiest names in our part of the Atlas begins with B, Barbados. I'm going to say that again because I like to. Barbados. And I'm not kidding you. George Washington slept there. He never forgot Barbados because he caught smallpox there as a boy and marked him for life. Barbados is British, and so are the Bahamas. There are 2,000 Bahamian islands. There are 3,000 Bahamian islands. I can't find out which. Chief port is Nassau, and the chief industries are tourists and sponges. Bimini is another island, another nice name beginning with B. Bimini. How do you like Boca Chica and Boca Grande? They're sea channels. Boca means mouth, so that would be big mouth and little mouth. Hitler and Mussolini, or rather vice versa. Let's hear some more B's.
Bananas?
Bandanas.
Bay rum.
Balboa? Balboa was busy in the islands for some time, but he got into history because he went to the mainland, crossed the mountains, and discovered the Pacific Ocean. Of course, a lot of people had seen it before, unless you don't count the Indians. B is also for bones. Bones belong in any West Indian alphabet. Columbus's bones, to name only a few. Very well-traveled bones, Columbus's bones. They were buried in Spain, then dug up and moved to Santo Domingo here in the New World, and dug up again, shipped off to Havana.
But they sent the wrong bones. They sent them Diego's bones.
Christopher's son's bones. Also buried in Santo Domingo are the bones of the last of the Byzantine emperors. A quiet citizen named Ferdinando Paleologus. Something. Ferdinando was the last rightful ruler of Byzantium, the Roman Empire of the East, only there wasn't any more Roman Empire by that time. It hadn't been for quite a while. The emperor, who was a vestryman at St. John's, went to his reward in 1678.
B is also for birthplaces.
Goes without saying that a lot of people were born around the Caribbean.
Napoleon's Josephine was born on the islands, and so was Alexander Hamilton.
Alexander Dumas, who wrote The Three Musketeers, had a West Indian grandmother. She was a Negro woman. Any more B's?
Breadfruit, Captain Bligh, and the Bounty.
Go ahead.
They called him Breadfruit Bligh.
Who did?
The slaves on the islands. Breadfruit was slave food because it was cheap. Bligh was on his way from the South Seas with breadfruit when they had that mutiny on the Bounty. Made another try, and nowadays breadfruit plants grow all over the West Indies, as though they always had.
Interesting.
Yes, excuse me, Senor Wells.
Yes, Senor Valdez.
B is for jawbone.
Jawbone? B is for what?
B is for jawbone, no?
Yes, B is for jawbone. Yeah. What jawbone?
The jawbone of a donkey.
Jawbone of a
make
donkey.
a shivering rattle noise. You hear this?
Yes, I certainly do. It's very interesting, isn't it? Samson killed 1,000 Philistines with the jawbone of an ass. Today they use the same jawbone to kill the people.
Babaloo.
I beg your pardon?
Babaloo. That's beginning with a B.
That's right.
Babaloo, like a voodoo. Very queer, very beautiful. It is music from Cuba.
Ladies and gentlemen, nobody sings music from Cuba better than Miguelito Valdez. All right, Miguelito? B is for...
Babaloo. 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 Aye. Babaloo. Aye. Está empezando los velorios. Ay, ¿qué le hacemos a Babaloo? Dame 17 pelas pa' ponerlo en curú. Dame un cabo de tabaco mayente y un jarrito de aguardiente. Dame un poco de dinero mayente pa' que no te la suelte. Yo quiero pedir que mi negra me quiera, que tenga dinero y que no se muera. Que yo le quiero pedir a Papalú, ella una negra bembona como tú. Es que no tengo otro negro, es pa' que no se fuera. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay. Papalú, 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 ay, mamá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay. Papa, Papalú, ay, papá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay.
Mamá, ¿me te recuerda cuando que Queremende te dice cómo paquinteamos como tipo que yo tengo su manera, me conoce mi madre, su poteazo, tengo un teléfono, mi par, su caproca, para caja toro. Si viene gallero cubita, mamá, yo rompo la leyita, si viene gallero se quipeño media hora, con si viene gallero bondrón, yo le parto corazón, te sueño como tú te comes a mi cara, mamá, que si mañana yo me muero, si mañana yo me muero, tierra manga, cosa buena, pero suéltame, viste, que la pequeña, mamá, la más paga, friquilla, babalú, babalú, ay, mamá, babalú. Babaloo, ah,
Remember that song from Treasure Island? Treasure Island was in the West Indies, maybe still for all I know. And B is for Buccaneer. B is for the Brethren of the Coast, the Brotherhood of Pirates, which was the first professional organization in the New World. Their captains were elected by their crews, and no discipline was ever better.
Before the pirates go out to sea, they join together in council to deliberate towards what place they shall go to seek their desperate fortune.
Here are some more real quotes from history.
In this council, the pirates set down what sums of money each particular person ought to have for that voyage. It is the law of the pirates, no prey, no pay. Among themselves, they are very civil and charitable to each other.
The pirate Captain Bartholomew Roberts was particularly strict.
Lights out by 8 p.m. No gambling. Anyone who brings a woman aboard disguised as a man incurs the death penalty.
So went the house rules. Captain Roberts drank only tea. No one contributed more to the lady pirate problem than Miss Anne Bonny, whose name begins with V. She hailed from Ireland, had married some sailor or other, and been deserted by him when she caught the eye of none other than Calico Joe Rackham. First thing he did was dress her up in man's clothes. She met Mary Reed on his boat, also in man's clothes. The girls got on well and fought side by side in every battle. And when Rackham was captured, the men lost their nerve, but not the ladies. Piracy was a capital offense, but Mary Reed was philosophical.
Hanging? It's no great hardship. Were it not for hanging, every cowardly fellow would turn pirate and so infest the seas that men of courage must starve.
Captain Scarfield, Blueskin, Blackbeard, Redbeard, Cook, and Captain Kidd. There were pirates and pirates. Takes all kinds to make a world. Hawkins and Drake get onto the line as pirates, privateers they were actually, with letters of marque, a sort of hunting license for Spaniards, and it was always open season in the Caribbean. The Dutch pirate Roche Brasiliano hated Spaniards so much he roasted them alive on a wooden spit. As a matter of fact, Spain was always the chief victim of piracy and its chief motive. So the Spaniard claims the whole new world for himself, does he? Well, just let him try to take it home with him. Think of pirates, and the first name you think of is Captain Kidd. He was an honest Scotch sailor until he was 50. Made only one voyage as a pirate. Peach is best remembered as Blackbeard. He stiffened his whiskers with wires, wove tallow wicks into them, and lighted them to make himself look horrible. He must have succeeded. Francois Lolonaise once cut a prisoner's heart out of his body with his cutlass and then ate it. But Henry Morgan was the worst. Morgan the pirate. Mention a city to Henry Morgan. Say in his presence, Portobello.
Portobello. Is it rich? Then I will relieve it of that yellow sickness that comes of too much Spanish gold.
Portobello was rich. Portobello was Spanish. Henry Morgan loved gold and hated Spain. Well, then.
I have 9 vessels that will float before a breeze, and I have 500 men. The Spanish have gold, and they pat their bellies with complacence. Lads, we have business ahead of us.
Rich Portobello fell easily.
Put them to the torture, every one of them. Man, woman, and child. There is gold here. Squeeze it out of them.
use fire and render it out of them, but get it?
Result. Morgan sailed away with lots of money. 250,000 pieces of 8.
Now then, what about Panama City? She too is rich.
They abandoned their ships on the coast for the march across the isthmus to Panama. The march and its ends were infamous. But the deed was great.
Fever. Devil take the fever. He can have the fever. I'll have Panama. Move. March. Move.
These men had a madness. And there was a devilish method in all of it.
We can take a man of war with a canoe. We can pick off a crew like frigate birds on a rail. We drive under her guns where they can't reach us. We can wedge her rudder and blow the brains out of the seaman who tries to fire at us from a port. We pick off the helmsman. The ship is helpless. We board. Give us 1 to their 3, and the ship's our prize.
In a hollowed-out log, Morgan's men would attack a 45-gun warship and take it. Took a twisted, fever-bitten strip of land to beat them. Heat, the jungle, harassing enemy troops, snakes, starvation, hunger.
Then eat! Eat beef! Leather is beef of a kind, you beggars. Your saddlebags are leather. Eat them! This way, pound them soft in hot water. Pound your leather saddlebags to a pulp. Make a paste of them, then roast the pulp and eat it. And move! March! Get on!
In Panama, the best soldiers and the finest artillery in Christendom waited for Morgan's coming. And thousands of raging, stamping bulls were corralled, ready to be loosed in a living, bellowing avalanche on the little band of buccaneers when they came near enough. Alas, poor Morgan and Morgan's starving band came to the walls of powerful Panama.
Spaniards! Here's your choice. Live and surrender your gold, or die and surrender your gold. We prefer the latter. We prefer the former.
That blustering English dog, come on. Here's butter for you and your starving eating bellies. Eat this.
Assault after assault, the pirates fling at the walls of the city. Again and again, the Spaniard, no less courageous than the pirate, throws him back. Then, a flight of dependable arrows rushes out amid the musketry. A pirate is hit, pierced through from the back.
Beard of a dog, they put a shaft in me.
The point of the arrow stands out from his bleeding chest. Bitterly, he seizes it, tears it point first out of his chest.
Now, Spain, you'll have back your bloody arrow.
The wounded man wraps a bit of cotton around the arrow, places it carefully in his great pistol, aims it over the walls of the impregnable city. The arrow streaks out across the heavy leaden ball. The cotton bursts into flame from the searing powder. It falls on a thatched hut inside the walls. The fire leaps up, spreads, reaches the powder magazine. Breach! The walls were breached, then the Spanish juggernaut is loosed. Bulls, thousands of them, terrified, enraged, thunder through the breach, bear down on the pirate force. This was the coup de grace. This would finish them. This would be the end of them. They'd be pounded to a scarlet pulp, no less. Henry Morgan sees them come. His jaw falls open. For a moment, his cutlass hangs limply at his side, and then reaction to the danger.
Look, lads, what bears down upon us. Beef! Fresh beef! Choose your creature, lads, and mind you pick a tender steak. Have at them!
It was a merry barbecue. Morgan and his men ate heartily of roast juggernaut that night. Afterwards, they took the city. Henry Morgan was brave and colorful and shrewd. He was just as efficient and determined and successful a scoundrel as the centuries would produce for some time. His life is proof that if society lets it, crime does pay well. It's a point for all history, and for current history to note and to beware. Finally, Henry Morgan retired from piracy and lived out his days as the governor of Jamaica. His government, grateful for his exploits against Spain, knighted him. He was very useful in the extermination of pirates. Now we come to sea. Sea is for conquest, the conquistadores. Sea is for cannon. Sea is for colonies. Sea is for civilization.
For churches and crickets and cockfights, for clothes and casinos and canals, for craftsmanship and corruption, for cities and citizens, for Caracas on the Spanish Main, where Bolivar was born, for Cuba and Columbus, who discovered it. Columbus thought Cuba was Japan. He made a notary fill out a paper swearing it was Japan. Then he figured out it was China. Sent a Jewish scholar who'd come with the expedition as an interpreter into the interior to deliver a letter to the Great Khan.
This place, the natives call Cuba, is somewhere off the coast of India. This I know because the sea comes here in a different manner from what it has done until now.
Columbus had discovered the Gulf Stream.
The Gulf Stream is a warm sea river 37 miles wide and a quarter of a mile deep. Its current swifter than that of any of the great rivers of the continent.
Columbus, with his great capacity for hope, kept on hoping he was somewhere in the Orient, preferably India. That's why, as everybody knows, the first families of America are called Indians. The discoverer did his best to change the names of all the places which he claimed for Spain. Cuba, for instance. He baptized Cuba Buana, then Fernandino, then Santiago. Finally, Ave Maria. We still call it Cuba. The men and women of Africa, brought in chains to Cuba, kept with them the memory of moonlit jungle glades and clearings and the ceremony of drums. Evolution is a devious process. In modern Cuba, gentlemen of any racial background seeking public office often attract voters by playing congas in the streets. Practically where we came in. C is for conga. The conga comes from the Congo. It comes to North America from Cuba via France. 3 ocean crossings don't seem to have hurted any, and up in our part of the hemisphere, we've added the conga line, like this.
Ahora, caballero!
Footnote to stimulating footnotes now being heard. The conga, American style, is now danced in Cuba, and they call it the American conga. It may look like irony, but strong and useful alloys are made by the collaboration of many metals. Constitutions that are like rocks are made from the mixed voices of many people. Bridges span rivers and bays because they're anchored firmly on both shores. Give us universal music and universal dance. Common language and common understanding will follow. Needs time and wisdom. Wisdom. Cuba's where they play a chain lightning game called Highlight, with the nerve and stamina that the game asks and the Cubans possess. They also play an exotic game called basketball, which is enormously popular on the island and is well thought of in Brooklyn also. Here's a box score of a game of basketball or baseball.
Brillante pitching de Tuero, el catcher rojo. Miguel Ángel González cerró con doble llave la segunda base de los corredores americanos. Primer inning, Bucaneros, BP out en flyer catching. Terry, Roy en al show, out en primera. Cocaína, struck out, no run, no hit, al centro. Merito muere en pitcher acueto en primera. Segundo inning, Nicholson, rolling a tercera. Es out al pretender robarse la segunda.
Get it? Nicholson is out trying to steal second. He was safe a mile, and so forth. There is not, to my exact knowledge, a phrase, destroyo el umpiro. It's possible, though. Could be. Cuba. Cuba, the land of dazzling sunshine, of heroes and music, of sugarcane, mahogany, a message to Garcia, and Havana cigars. The cigar, as big business, began only 100 years ago as a source of solace and an instrument of diplomacy. Have a cigar? Some Havana cigars wholesale at as much as $1,500 a thousand, or heaven help me, $1.50 a piece. Wholesale.
A good cigar maker can make 200 cigars by hand in a day.
Which brings us to the question, what is a good cigar? Well, a cigar is one thing you can judge by the wrapper. If the leaf runs straight along its length, it's a good cigar. It has a smooth, velvety feeling. When you flick off the ash, the glowing point is sharp. It's a good cigar. You can also tell whether it's a good cigar by smoking it. C is for Cuba, and C is also for Cubans, who lived longest under Spanish rule, which only made them more Cuban. They are formidable and fierce fighters for freedom.
I helped to build the Capitol building in La Habana.
And a magnificent thing, too, Senora. Tell us more about it, though.
Well, the ceilings are gold leaf, no less.
I know, but get to the point.
The diamond?
Yes, the diamond.
You mean the diamond. I'll buy it.
What our friend is trying to avoid saying is that there's a splendid $16,000 diamond set in a block of polished onyx under the dome of the Capitol in Havana, and he helped to buy it.
No, me. All the workers on the Capitol, when we build it, all, how you name it, cheap in the kitty. We buy a fairly nice diamond.
Oh, fair, $16,000. That's pretty...
Not too bad.
Look, isn't the diamond set in a lump of gold before it's set in the onyx?
Gold? Oh, yes, of course, gold. What else?
What else? People. Takes a lot of gold to make a setting for all that diamond, but do you know where the gold came from? From the fountain pen points of the contractors who built the Capitol. If the infinitesimal amount of gold in a pen point can add up to a heavy gold setting, then hairpins and old washers can add up to a medium tank. So much for that. Next week we'll finish the alphabet of the islands. Good night, Americans.
You've been listening to the fourth in a special series on the Other Americas, brought to you by the Columbia Broadcasting System and the Mercury Theater under the direction of Orson Welles. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Next week, the fifth program in this series will be brought to you by Orson Welles. Mr. Welles has recently returned from an 8-month visit to Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. In the cast tonight, Ray Collins played Morgan the Pirate. Agnes Moorehead was the useful information lady, and Ted Reed was the Cuban worker. Original music was written by Lucien Moravec. Bud Bluskin conducted the orchestra, and singing at this moment is our special guest, Miguelito Valdez. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. $10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio, our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below and start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Tonight and every Sunday night at this time, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents the Mercury Theater, a special series of broadcasts about the other Americas.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. Last week we began, and this week we continue, with our ABCs of the Caribbean, the alphabet of the islands. Well, we left off on C. C is for cockfight, and casino, and cricket, all contests.
C is for cashew, coconuts, and cayenne. The first two are nuts.
The cashew is deadly poison until it's roasted.
Thank you. Some oleomargarine comes from copra, which comes from coconuts. Those of you who didn't know that oleomargarine is a substitute for butter found it out since the war started. Cayenne is pepper from the place of the same name. C is also for coffee.
1 pound every 5 weeks.
C is for cocoa as well, which is what most of you are drinking these mornings, if you can get the cocoa, and if you can get the milk, and if you can get the sugar, and if you like cocoa. C is for castaway and for Crusoe, Robinson Crusoe, the world's best remembered castaway who was supposed to be wrecked on the island of Tobago.
There is a gorgeous road winding through the palmy scenery of Tobago, and the road is not called Tobago Road.
Thank you again, madam.
That's interesting information, isn't it? That's my department. Remember interesting information?
I'm sure we can use it, too. Now, let's continue with our alphabet. C is for cooks and cooking. And in our West Indian alphabet, Creole cooking, which comes to us from the islands via New Orleans. C is for cannibals, who are also cooks of a sort. And for the Carib Indians, who used to be cannibals. Here's what an old document has to say on the subject.
The Caribs have eaten the flesh of all nations, and they affirm that the white man is unpalatable, being far too salty. The Spanish is stringy and tough, and the flesh of the French is the tenderest.
The Caribbean is named for the Caribs.
Next slide, please. Here we have a calypso singer. Next, several calypso singers singing calypso at carnival time on the island of Trinidad.
Mr. Wells, what is calypso?
Don't you know? That's interesting information.
The only way you can find out anything is to ask.
That's right. Let's ask a calypso singer. Sir Lancelot?
Calypso is music that goes all the way back to the slave days. After emancipation, when the slaves were free, we really had something to sing about and new things to make songs over. Calypso is about everything: love, politics, current events, the government, and love. All people, all occasions. I have written a song for tonight. I will sing it.
Please do, Sir Lancelot.
First, I will recite it. Sometimes those who do not know Calypso have trouble understanding the words. Trinidad, beautiful land of Airi, land of sunshine and fragrant air, and lovely maidens beyond compare. Believe me, friends, that's the place to be in this magic island across the sea. It's a land where you find youth and beauty. In Trinidad, the beautiful land of Airi. Gorgeous flowers blooming everywhere. Calypso singers to bring you cheer. No wonder everyone wants to go to this happy home of the Calypso. In Trinidad, the beautiful land of Airi, we mean to fight for freedom and democracy. With our friendly neighbors in Yankee land, Trinidadians will firmly stand till every last one of tyranny is blown to hell for eternity. So beware, ye evil men of tyranny. We stand arrayed, the champions of democracy. Brazil, Mexico, Haiti, and Cuba, North, South, and Central America. We're going to conquer, you never fear. You won't pollute our hemisphere. Let us hail the good neighbor policy, for the joy it has brought humanity. Brothers clasping each other's hand, Americans now united stand in justice, honor, and liberty. This is the hope of this century.
Here are some other titles on the Calypso hit parade. When Roosevelt came to the land of the hummingbird, shouts of welcome and joy were heard. If there's a thing that gets me vexed, it's to hear a woman called the weaker sex. If you want to live a happy life, be sure and marry an ugly wife. The Republican opposition couldn't affect the American election. The Calypsonians themselves have wonderful professional names, such as the Iron Tooth, Attila the Hun, the Lion, Mighty Destroyer, King Radio, the Lord Executioner, the Growler, and Sir Lancelot, who was with us this evening. Our last word for the letter C is a difficult word. It comes from France. Women strive for it. The word is chic. My vote for the great chic of the Americas goes to the traditional costume of Martinique. First Empire a la Creole.
You might mention clothes, Mr. Wells. See for clothes, what? In Trinidad, you know, it's possible to have a fine English suit built between sunrise and sunset at half the cost you pay up north.
And cocktails. You ought to taste the cocktails in the islands. A Bacardi or a daiquiri.
Daiquiri starts with V.
Oh, C is for Cuba. Daiquiris were invented in Cuba.
Yes, and they still make it better there than anywhere else. Remember El Florida?
I sure do.
Anyway, I think it's time we got into the D's. D is for drinks. Can you name some more Caribbean drinks?
Cuba Libre. That's Bacardi and Coca-Cola. Planter's Punch. You need a swizzle stick for that. Oh, lots of different punches. And there's Cognac and Clarine and Aguardiente. They're all made out of molasses. Low cost and high voltage.
Thanks. D is for the Dutch and for Denmark. We bought our part of the Virgin Islands from Denmark.
$25 million.
D is for durian, a fruit that smells like cheese and tastes like heaven. D is for dances and drums. D is for dictators and despots and democracy. D is for Dessalines, the tiger of the Haitian Revolution. D is for Dominica of the Dominican Republics. On one end of Dominica is the last settlement of the Caribs, who used to raid the Caribbean they gave their name to. The Caribs were just as tough and as dangerous as the pirates. They rowed out in war canoes long enough to hold 100 men. Wouldn't take many war canoes to hold the Caribs now. D is for death. In the time of Columbus, some of the Indians believed that white men were immortal because white men said they were immortal. There was only one way of disproving it, and a few Indians skeptically held a conquistador underwater for a quarter of an hour or so and brought up a dead Spaniard. They gave him every chance, but after 3 days in the tropics, the proof was fairly conclusive. A lot of white men died after that. E is for earthquakes and executions. E is for easy living and exploitation and education. E is for equality and for emeralds, for emancipation. After emancipation comes the East Indians. Historically, that's when the East Indians came after emancipation. The British needed more laborers in Trinidad, so the real Indians, the ones Columbus was looking for, were brought from the Orient to the Caribbean on a system of indenture. Today, in Trinidad, an island off the north coast of South America, there are about 100,000 Hindus and Muslims, and lots of them still wear their robes and turbans. E is for Captain Jenkins' ear. And for this story, we take you to the House of Commons in the year 1739.
Gentlemen of the House, Spanish Guardia Coesta stopped the vessel of a gallant English sailor, Captain Jenkins, while he was peacefully trading off the Spanish Main. His ship was confiscated and himself brutally maltreated. Gentlemen, the bloody Spanish ruthlessly severed his ear from his head. Unbelievable. Fortunately, Captain Jenkins had the presence of mind to reclaim it. Here it is. It is none other that I hold here in this bottle, preserved for posterity in good Jamaica rum. Captain Jenkins' ear.
There were those who doubted the exhibit. That an ear was in the bottle could not be questioned, and Captain Jenkins was an Englishman. And he was short an ear. After a lot of excitement, war was declared on June 15, 1739. It is known to history as the War of Jenkins' Ear. F is for Fer de Lance.
the deadliest of all the serpents. They tell the story that some planters on islands where no fer-de-lance existed imported the snake for the purpose of terrorizing the Negroes and keeping runaways out of the jungle. G is for the Guinea Coast and the Gulf Coast and the Golden Hind, the Grenadine Islands, the island of Gorda. G is for ghosts and for ghost stories. The West Indies are full of both. In the late 1700s, the Honorable Thomas Chase of Barbados ordered a tomb to be built for the Chase family.
A tomb, 12 feet long, 6 feet wide. Let it be sealed with an enormous slab of blue Devonshire marble brought from England. There let me and my descendants rest.
2 of the Chase family died and were placed in the vault. Then one Dorcas Chase died. When the vault was opened, the 2 other coffins were upside down and completely misplaced in the tomb.
Vandals! Ghouls! But how could anyone have gotten in? Impossible.
4 more years, and old Chase himself went to his reward. The great blue marble stone was pushed away from the door by powerful slaves. Then, the door lay open, and light fell into the tomb.
Zombies. Let me away. Zombies in this place. Let me away.
Again, all the coffins had been thrown about in disorder. Again, and again, with each new interment, the heavy old coffins were found in scattered confusion, as if by the caprice of the devil himself. It was impossible. Yet there it was. The governor of Barbados himself interceded.
Sand the floor of the vault. Secure the door with cement. Seal it with my official seal. And then we shall see. Ghosts. Zombies. Nonsense.
Nonsense. 10 months later, the temptation was too much. The governor, a rational, educated man, called together a party of friends. They got out the rector of the church. They brought 10 strong slaves with them to move the immense stones. The seals were examined, found intact, and then broken.
All right, men. 10 of you ought to be able to move in.
But no. Pushing, pulling, exerting every ounce of their huge combined strength, the stone was not to be moved.
Boss, she stone just stuck like she was growing in ground. Can't move she no how.
The gentlemen of the party pitched in. And at last, the ponderous stone moved. The tomb lay open once more. The men, white and black alike, froze. Their eyes widened with nameless fear. Clammy dew broke out on forehead and palm. For no wonder. No wonder that the door could scarcely be moved. Someone, something, from inside, it had to be from inside, had leaned 2 of the ponderous leaden coffins against the door. Coffins that a dozen men could hardly move. Who done it? What about it, Ellery Queen? What about it, Fadiman? Mr. Anthony, any solutions? Neither have I. G is for gold. Gold is the name of the first 100 years of the white man's history in America. Where are the Indians of the Caribbean? The Arawaks, the Caribs, the Lucayos? Except for the accident of a few survivors, all are gone. They were murdered by the white men for their gold. When the Spaniards came to Cuba, Hathaway, cacique of the Arawaks, called his people together.
Before them he placed a calabash filled with gold. And he spoke to them.
People of Arawak, this is the god of our enemies. His name is Gold. They seek him out every place, and where they find him, they remain. If gold were hidden in the holes of the rocks, they would discover him. If we were to swallow him, they would place their hands in our stomachs and drag him out. Let us cast him into the sea. Perhaps when he is no longer among us, we will be forgotten by them.
H is for hurricanes. H is for Haiti, for Honduras and Hog Island, and for Havana, the gayest city in America. I is for imperialism, intolerance, and independence, for isolation and invasion, and also for indigo and Isabella. J is for Jamaica and Jamaica ginger and Jake leg if the drink is bad. J is for justice and jails. And J is for Jumbies, or Maljo, after Maldorco, is the evil eye.
Zombies. Plant horse beans along your fence if you want to keep the zombies away.
The zombies won't get you if you wear a piece of rope from the neck of a hanged man.
There are many items in the Jumbie rule book. If you want to see a Jumbie, for example, this is what the witch doctor prescribes.
Take the humor from the eye of a white horse. A white horse. And put it in your eye. Then you can see zombies. And remember, never call anyone's name aloud when he is not present, or the dead will repeat it until that person is no more.
Never call anyone's name aloud when he's not present, or the dead will repeat it until that person is no more.
Adolf!
Well, so much for the J's. Now for the K's. Key West. Key West and all the keys in the K's.
Keys are little coral reefs, or big ones.
Thank you. And K is for Kingston, the principal port of Jamaica, which used to be a suburb of Port Royal. Port Royal was a wicked city, and it came to a bad end. On June 7, 1692, Port Royal was shattered by a terrible earthquake. The city slipped beneath the waves. They do say that the sunken church bells still ring to the movement of the tides.
Kingston is no longer a suburb of Port Royal.
Thank you. L is for Louverture, Toussaint Louverture, the Negro who won freedom for Haiti. L is for Liberty. Liberty is pronounced liberté in Haiti and Martinique, libertad in the islands that still keep the Spanish tongue. It means the same thing in all languages. L is for languages. In the islands, there's a wide variety of languages. Spanish, Chinese, Hindustani, Dutch, French, many forms and dialects, and Papiamento, the queerest language in the world.
A great deal of English is spoken in the West Indies.
Oh, yes, we speak considerable English. English? You'll hear as much English as anything else.
Naturally.
L is for lizards and lightning bugs. They come very big in the islands. Caribbean lightning bugs don't even blink. They often end up in little bamboo cages, doing excellent service as lamps. You can actually read by them. M is for the moon, by whose full light in the tropics you can read a poem from a printed page, or a lie in a woman's eyes. M is for money, merchandise, and markets, for melons, molasses, macaws, monkeys.
M is for Martinique. M is for the Monroe Doctrine. N is for Nassau. N is for the New World, for new hopes, new ideals, for anything new. O is for oil, the plasma of commerce, the black blood in the arteries of war machines. A lot of oil around the Caribbean. And O is for orchids, which grow there on every other tree. P is for Panama. P is for pistols and pieces of 8.
A piece of 8 is a round silver coin about the size of $1. It was scored so it could be broken into 8 equal segments. These segments were called bits.
Which is where we get the term 2 bits and 4 bits.
Correct. That means a quarter or a half of a piece of 8.
Thank you again. P is for plots, politics, and poverty. For plantations and planters. P is for Pan-Americanism. The Pan American Airlines. Q is for quislings. R. R is for a couple of presidents named Roosevelt. First one took his Rough Riders up San Juan Hill, and the second inaugurated the Good Neighbor policy. R is for rum, the people's cognac. It's made from molasses. Molasses is a byproduct of sugar, and rum is a byproduct of civilization. Here's what somebody wrote in 1675.
The chief fuddling they make in these islands is rum bullion, also called kill devil. And this is made of sugar canes distilled, a hot, hellish, and terrible liquor.
R is for rainbows. The lunar rainbows I've seen at night in the mists over the Caribbean when the full moon is shining. And R is for romance.
To have the romance, you must have the rumba.
That's right, senor. R is for rumba.
The rumba comes from Cuban voodoo and the danzon.
West Indian music is like West Indian drinks. Both are sweet and both are dangerous. Both are delightful and they're both mysterious blends. 12 different rums, as many liqueurs, spices, and tropical fruits. The music, equal parts of African nostalgia, European intrigue, and Spanish fire. Exotic, seductive, out of this world. Now we come to S. S is for all the saints in the calendar and for all the islands that are named for the saints. The white man came to the Caribbean to look for gold, but he stayed for sugar. S is for sugar. Unless your great-grandmother was very rich, her family never tasted it. Sugar was then as rare as caviar. Today it's rare enough. Sugar is an important source of alcohol, and alcohol means synthetic rubber and gunpowder. Let's not forget the Southern Cross and sponges. S is for sponges, male and female. The female of the species is more absorbent than the male. S is for siestas and swizzle sticks. S is for the sun. S is for slavery. Slavery is a wickedly important part of the story of our hemisphere. Toward the end of the 18th century, the traffic in slaves was big business throughout the capitals of civilized Europe.
My dear Cecil, those silver sconces with the little crystal tears, wherever did you find them, darling?
What you really mean is, where did I find the money to buy them? Isn't it, Angel?
Oh, you're a brute, darling. But how did you manage it?
My sweet investment. If you really must know, black ivory.
Black ivory? You mean the slave trade?
But, Angel, the profits are fabulous. A wild Negro that costs nothing in Africa fetches 200 guineas in America.
Well, I have a few idle shillings. Whom shall I see?
Well, there are several reliable firms, dear. May I suggest Sir Eustace Fortnum?
Thank you, darling. Sir Eustace Fortnum.
A moonless night. The low-flying scud obscures the bright stars over Africa. 4 ships lie anchored off the Guinea coast.
Men, the Black of Oz village is around the next cove. Remember this. A wound on a Moor's body is a wound in your purse. A dead slave is a dead loss.
Right, Sir Eustace. Into the boats now, and you blacksmiths see that the chains and shackles be well wrapped in oakum. There bain't nothing like the clanking of a chain to make a wild blackamoor take to his heels. Lively now, and silent to do it.
Look alive, lad! Some of the beggars have spears! Mind those pistols, fools! Every shot costs me 200 guineas.
I had to do him down, sir. He was coming at me with a whacking big knife.
There's several blackamoors hiding in that hut, sir. Take it ablaze. They'll either come out and submit or stay in and be cooked. Take care, you Smiths. Watch that you don't smash their legs when you drive their shackles home.
Here be a little beggar, Captain. Just crawled out of the fire. Took a bad singeing he did afore he give up. He ain't going to survive the voyage all burned like this.
No, what if his ears burned a bit? He's still bringing 100 guineas in America. All right, little monkey. Over here. A small leg arm for this one, Smithy.
Oh, bite me, you little heathen. He bit me, Captain.
The last little beggar under the fire. Last one under the fiery furnace. I shall call him Abednego. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Look, you lad. You, Abednego. Me, master. You?
Abednego.
I don't like the curls of his lips, sir, the look in his eye.
Oh, nonsense. A taste of the cat will take that out of him.
Right, sir. Malkin.
Well, that's as far as we have time to go. Next week, we'll continue the story of slavery and of Abednego, the slave. And we'll continue our ABCs of the Caribbean, our alphabet of the islands. Until then, good night, Americans.
You have been listening to the fifth in a series of programs about the other Americas in which the Columbia Broadcasting System is presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides daily programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Next week, the sixth program in this series will be brought to you by Orson Welles. Mr. Welles has recently returned from an 8-month visit to the Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. Music tonight was composed and directed by Lud Gluskin. The special calypso music was composed and sung by Sir Lancelot.
And let us hail the good neighbor policy, for the joy it has brought humanity. Brothers clasping each
This
other's
is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
hands, now united stand in honor, justice, and liberty. This is the hope of heaven.
$10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have an exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio, our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below to start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Tonight and every Sunday night at this time, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in a special series of broadcasts about the other Americas.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. Last week, our alphabet of the islands brought us to the letter S. To slavery, the story of Abednego, the slave. Our scene is a fort, a ring of stone on a promontory of one of the islands. A powder magazine, gunpowder.
400 desperate Negroes. Abednego, the slave, stands before them.
My brothers, fellows in arms, my comrades, I do not like this thing you are to do. I do not like it. I wish I had the words to change your heart. Better than some of you, I know what it is to be free. I was born free in Africa. Who here remembers Africa? They came for us by night, the slavers. Who here remembers such a night? They burned our village, and when they captured us, they chained us together. How many here remember the Barracoon? How many remember the slave ship? 90 days, 100 days. We were the cargo, jammed in huddled packs like fish in buckets. From main deck to the bilge, choking layers between decks. How many remember? How many remember the auction block?
Hear ye, gentlemen of Jamaica, planters and dealers, citizens of Kingston, a public auction before the Palace of Justice. Entire cargoes of brigantine Madonna Celeste, Barkentine, Trinidad and Los Angeles, 2,000 slaves, gone men, gone women, and held the home in my people. And the home in strong as gorillas, clever as advocates, all docile, tractable, amiable, and healthy specimens. These 10 men weigh 2,000 pounds, gentlemen. Offer my bid for these beautiful machines.
1,000 guineas.
Gentlemen, this isn't meat for your table. This flesh is living. 2,000 pounds of men. I have 1,000 guineas. Do I have two? 1,600. Do I have 17? Thank you. 18. 2,000.
Who can forget the slave block? My brothers, I do not ask you to forget the slave block. I ask you to live and remember it. I will tell you my story. I was lucky. I was sold as a houseboy.
I have one left, gentlemen. One left in this lot. Here's a nice boy servant, gentlemen. This one is a Swahili, intelligent and beautiful. A 12-year-old, good teeth and strong. 25 guineas. 25 guineas. Gentlemen.
40.
40.
50. 55.
Do I hear 60? 60 guineas?
60.
60. Make it 70. Make it 70. No. 60 guineas once. Twice. Sold to Sir Barnaby Finch, item 86, 23 Congos, all...
Don't be frightened, boy. Speak up. What's your name?
Abednego.
Oh, the last one out of the fiery furnace, eh? Abednego. Splendid name, splendid. Well, come along, boy. We'll fit you out with clothing suitable for a gentleman's boy. Blue trousers and a white sash and a red jacket and a red cap for your head. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you, boy? Not a word. Yeah, we'll soon remedy that. Look, you, Abednego, me, master. Now, who am I?
Master.
Splendid. Capital. Magnificent. Abednego.
Yes, master.
Do you know what day this is?
Friday, master.
Splendid. But do you know what Friday?
No, master.
This is a very particular Friday, boy. This is your birthday. In any case, the birthday was decided upon. It was with me 2 years today.
Yes, master.
I wonder, do you recollect 2 years ago when I bought you?
Yes, master.
Well. Run in the kitchen now and fix me a glass of punch.
Yes,
Use our secret recipe.
Yes, master.
You didn't know a word of English, now look at you.
Yes, master.
Make the best rum punches in the islands, I'll tell you that. Hurry along now, pitter-patter. When you're done, there's a sweet cake for you. Big piece of it for your birthday.
Thank you, master.
Mind, bring my drink first. The heat is perishing. Send a yard boy and pull the fan. You can do what you like the rest of the day. I'll not require you. This is your birthday. You can have your cake and eat it, too.
Abednego, fetch me my rug and see it's cold. Good enough. And don't tuck it in, just loosely over my lap. Now, you can sit down at my feet and tell me what you think of the voyage. Well?
Master, who lives on this island we are going to?
The French. French people.
Master, what are French people like?
Oh, there's a poser. On the soul, confidentially, they're a race of barbarians. Their cooking's good, sauce a bit too peppery, though, for my taste. Too peppery.
Master, are there black people on this island?
Oh, yes, indeed, Abednego. They're dark and comely. Oh, ye daughters of Jerusalem, look not upon them, for the sun has looked upon them. That's from the Song of Solomon, Abednego. Didn't forget to read a chapter of the Bible this morning.
Yes, Master.
Where are we now?
The Book of Ruth, Master.
Capital, splendid. Now, quote me a verse from the Book of Ruth.
Wheresoever thou goest, I go. Whatsoever thou doest, I do. Thy people shall be my people, and thy gods my gods.
Marvelous! Run along the galley now and fetch some hot water and a nice strongish noggin of hot water.
Yes, Master.
Abednego, remember a pinch of ginger and a touch of citron.
Yes, Master.
If you hurry, I'll leave a good full inch at the bottom of the glass. What?
My brothers, you will say that I have not known slavery with such a master. It is so that I loved him, having no father. I tell you all these things truly. I would have you believe what I tell you, and learn what I have learned.
Coachman!
Yes, monsieur?
Is this the hotel?
Yes, monsieur.
Well, sounds like a merry evening. What's a bit, Hickok?
Yes, master.
Well. Stay here with the carriage now. Don't go off and leave these light-fingered rascals to make away with me rug, mind?
Yes, master.
You, coachman, you too.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall expect to find you on this spot when I come out. Wait patiently, both of you. Quite pleasantly, too, I will say. All that pretty ballad music for entertainment. Be a good boy now, Abednego. And who knows? I shall send you out some goodies.
Yes, master.
Abednego. That is your name, lad?
Yes, Monsieur Coachman.
What does your name mean?
A king in the Bible put Abednego in a furnace, but the furnace did not kill Abednego.
Abednego is a good name. Where do you live?
I am the property of Sir Barnaby Finch.
Your master is English.
God save the king.
Do you know what a king is?
A king is a kind white man, like my master. It is because of the king that we have houses to live in, and fine clothes to wear, and good things to eat.
The king who gives us those things is up there.
God?
Yes.
But God is a dead man.
Who told you God was dead?
I read books. They killed him with a spear and nailed him to a cross. They call it crucify.
God is not dead.
Is this the coachman of Sir Barnaby Finch?
Yes, Henri.
Yeah. So it's your coach the Englishman hired. I am set out here with sweet cakes for his monkey.
I'm not a monkey.
No? You do tricks for cake, do you not?
He's only a child.
He's big enough to swing a machete.
Softly, softly.
He's big enough to hold a torch.
And you are loud enough to bring the gendarme.
My blood burns my skin. Bowing and scraping in there. Simpering for green centimes. Hear them dance? Hear that pale, thin music? They'll dance faster when the rudder drums begin to sing.
You say too much before the boy.
Boy, your master's name is Barnaby, no?
Yes, sir. It is Sir Barnaby Finch.
I don't like sir. Just Barnaby. Say it, lad. Leave off the sir. Go on.
Barnaby.
What's yours?
Abednego.
Now say Barnaby and Abednego. And then say
Abednego and Barnaby. Say it.
Barnaby and Abednego. Abednego and Barnaby.
Look. The stars are still in the sky. The heavens did not fall. Now think about that. Often. There's a little thought I have given you. And when you are wiser, remember who gave you that thought. An unknown waiter. A poor, humble black man named Christophe. Henri Christophe. You should go back to your work, Henri. Eat your sweet cakes, lad.
I do not want to eat the sweet cakes. I do not like to be a monkey and do tricks for sweet cakes. I shall throw them on the ground.
You eat the cakes, lad.
What?
You eat the cakes, you hear me? Eat them. They will make you strong. You will prove nothing by going hungry. Remember that, lad. You will prove nothing. When you grow and become wise, remember that. You will prove nothing by dying unless you die fighting.
Yes, my brothers. When he was a waiter, I met Henri Christophe of Haiti. And Pierre Breda, the coachman who spoke to me, is now called Toussaint Louverture. He is a great man. I was a child then, but he taught me much. Much I have passed on to you. Much I would that he could tell you now.
Lad, do the slaves on your island speak that word among themselves?
What word?
Freedom.
In the dark, sometimes, when no white ones can hear.
Do they wrap machetes in oiled clothes and bury them against the day?
No.
Do they steal gunpowder and pistols and hide them against the time?
I do not think so.
Your place is on your island. There you can help all of us. Go back with your master. Grow strong and wise. Go back to your home and tell our people there what we are doing here.
That you are hiding swords and pistols?
Yes. Tell them that. Tell your people about freedom. Tell them to fight for it. But tell them not to fight until they can win.
Those are his words to you, my comrades. The words of Toussaint Louverture. I will tell you the rest of my story.
Abednego! Abednego!
More bad news, Sir Barnaby. At Barrett's plantation in the south, troops had to shoot 16 more slaves.
16? Frightful loss. Abednego!
Coming, Master.
Revolution's spreading like a pest. It's that blasted mess in Haiti started it. Toussaint Louverture and Christo.
Yeah.
The thing's infectious.
Barbarous place, Haiti. I've been there. Food's good, though. Sauce a little bit too peppery for my taste. It's too peppery. These gentlemen are thirsty, boy. Our secret recipe.
Yes, Master.
Rum punch all around.
Yes,
My most precious possession. A jewel, gentlemen. Shining black diamond in the rough. It reminds me, you know where I can pick up a likely Swahili wench? Benny's old enough now to have a wife. Something around 16, 17 years.
Well, you don't propose to breed Swahili to Swahili.
Why not? Breed to line for brains, I say.
Yes, if you're breeding for carpenters or smiths, but it's better to breed hot blood to cold.
I have a good Swahili wench.
Oh, here's our drinks. Thank heaven.
Ganny, meet himself, approve below.
I can let you have that wench of mine for 1/8.
Not likely, old boy, to take me for a mark. I know your Swahili. She's 22 at the least and scurfy. Look at mine, gentlemen. Surely he deserves the best of mates. Abednego, keeper of the keys, custodian of the scullery, handmaiden of my bath, valet of my chamber. Ever faithful,
patient listener to every vagrant thought. The one creature in the world who never criticizes me, even in the privacy of his thoughts. Do you, Abednego?
No, Master.
Splendid. Capital. Now, Humberton, my boy gets better than that wench of yours. There'll be no scurfy brides for my Abednego. Huh? Who's there? Who's there? Oh. Oh, Abednego. You startled me. Abednego, what's the meaning of this? It's 8 o'clock. Do you realize I've not had my supper? There's not a servant in the house. Where's Roy? Where's Mingo? Where's Jessie? Where are the field hands? What's happened to my slaves?
You have no more slaves.
Where are they?
They have joined the others in the hills.
Insurrection.
Everybody here now, Abednego. We ready.
Ready for what, you hulking ape? What's he talking about? What's he mean, Abednego?
No, Mingo.
All right. We set fire to this whole plantation. Then he know what we mean.
There will be no burning. Go out to the tool rooms. Get machetes and axes. You hear me, Mingo?
Yes, Abednego.
Abednego. Don't they know how many regiments are here on this island? Fools. Do they think we have known for months about their silly plots? Go out there and tell those people to come back home where they belong. Abednego, you don't want to see them killed, do you?
I don't want anybody killed. Not anybody.
What do you mean by that?
A horse is saddled, waiting at the north gate. If you leave now, by the back, you might make it.
You think I'm going to run away from my own house? Abednego.
Yes.
Are you with me? Are you with them? Of course you aren't. You're like my son. You're a houseboy. You aren't a brute from the fields. You're my boy. You belong to me.
No. I do not belong to you.
I have a gun, boy. I could blow your head off. I have a horsewhip. You know I wouldn't use it, Abednego. Not on you. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to sit down here, wait for the soldiers. You're going back to the kitchen. Make me a rum punch. Go on, boy.
You must leave now, Sir Barnaby. Quick, I hear them coming.
Now stay here, boy. Now, back up against that wall.
Put down that pistol, white man.
Mingo, you fool!
Don't you? No!
Get out of here. All of you, get out. Go to the place I told you and wait for me.
Make haste, Abednego. Soldiers coming here.
Get out!
Abednego!
Yes, sir.
I'm bleeding. Bleeding inside, Abednego. Oh, you've been slipping out into the hills at night with the rest of them. You're just like the others.
We're all slaves.
I've always been kind to you.
You did the best you know.
Abednego, I'm cold. Fetch me a drink. A little glass of heart warmer. Our secret recipe.
Be quick now. And I'll leave an inch in the bottom of the glass. Bottom.
My brothers, fellows in arms, my comrades, you have said that I leave you because I go back to a kind master. He is dead. I leave you because I do not like what you are going to do.
Abednego, we have no army. 400 are we, and 4,000 soldiers hunting us. What chances are machetes against their muskets?
None. No chance at all. That is why I tell you now to hide your machetes. Wrap them in oiled cloth and bury them. This that you do will prove nothing. Those are his words. The words of Toussaint Louverture. You will prove nothing by dying, unless you die fighting. Be of good heart, my brothers. Live and grow strong. And someday, all the world will be free.
Well, old Finch's place doesn't seem to have been much hurt by the insurrection.
No, everything's about the same. I must say I'm glad I took it on. It's pleasant here.
Any truth in that report from the north?
What's that?
It seems what was left of them, 400 runaways or so, barricaded themselves in the old Spanish fort, touched off some gunpowder and blew themselves up. Oh, here come the drink, thank heavens.
Mm-hmm. Still the best rum punchers in the island. My boy here has a secret formula that even I don't know. Isn't that right, Abednego?
Yes, master.
Well, that was the story of Abednego, a slave. We come now in our alphabet of the islands, in our ABCs of the Caribbean, to the letter T. T is for Tabasco. Little of it goes a long way. T is for tourists and the tourist trade in tired feet. U is for union, in which there is strength. Likewise, unions. U is for the United Nations. And V is for victory. V is also for Vespucci, Americus Vespucci, who autographed a map and so named a hemisphere. And V is for volcanoes. May they rest in peace. Volcanoes have been generally kind to the human race in the West Indies. The exception was Montpellier. In 1902, Saint-Pierre was the chief city of the island of Martinique. On May 7th, a great thundering was heard from the core of the volcano. But nobody was worried. Pele was harmless. A place for picnics. What? There was even a little lake on its top, and here's what the Saint-Pierre newspaper had to say about it.
Montpellier has released its orders. The volcano will henceforth remain indefinitely at peace.
The next morning, just as the clock in the cathedral pointed to 7:43, a gentleman in Port-de-France on the other side of the island put in a call to a relative in Saint-Pierre.
Nothing is amiss. Montpellier is quiet. There is nothing to be feared. It is a beautiful day.
Hello? 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 An instant before, the minute hand on the cathedral clock had reached 7:44. Now there was no clock, no town. 40,000 people were dead. The whole population of the city. The ships in the bay were sunk. One survived, but the men on its decks were roasted alive. An officer lived to tell what he had seen. The whole side of the volcano had burst open without warning in a storm of living flame. A single man in the entire city was spared. He was a criminal in the dungeon of the jail. You know the moral of this story? I don't. W. W is for work and for workers. X. X is for Xmas. Y is for Yuletide. Christmas, no matter how you say it. No matter how you keep it, Christmas. They have many ways of keeping Christmas in the islands. In all the Americas, we celebrate our greatest holiday with observances, each different from the other, all identical in spirit. Next week, this program celebrates America's celebrations. For now, we must wind up our ABCs of the Caribbean with the letter Z. Z is for everything in the alphabet we didn't have time for. Anything we forgot, everything we left out. Goodbye now. Feliz Navidad. Boas Festas. Merry Christmas to all. And good night, Americans.
This has been the sixth in a series of programs about the other Americas in which the Columbia Broadcasting System is presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides daily programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Next week, the seventh in this series, will be brought to you by Orson Welles, who recently returned from an 8-month visit to the Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. In the cast tonight, Ted Reed played Abednego, Norman Field played Toussaint Louverture, Gerald Moore was Henri Christophe, and Sir Barnaby Finch was played by Orson Welles, who produced the show and wrote the script with John Tucker Battle. Original music was written by Lucien Moraweck, and the orchestra was conducted by Lud Gluskin. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
$10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio, our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below and start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in a special series of broadcasts about the other Americas.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles. It's 2 days after Christmas and a Sunday night at that. Do you feel as though your belt were trying to get a half Nelson on your waistline? Are you wondering where somebody who gave you something got it so you can take it back and exchange it for something you wanted instead? Has somebody in your household been heard to remark that it's been a nice Christmas, but she's glad it's over? Is your tree starting to shed? Yes? Yes. I don't care how many eggnogs you didn't have. You've got that Christmas hangover. Well, so have we. The incidents in the Mercury Theater of package tying thumb, Christmas tree decorating, back strain, and shopper's feet is just as great as in your family. Frankly, the script for this broadcast didn't exist until last night. We were all sitting around staring at each other, our eyes glazed with Christmas cheer, numbly wondering how to get started. And there was a knock at the door. That's the best way I know to start a story. We won't stop for sound effects because you can imagine it. That knock on the door. Somebody opened it, and in came Mr. Martin Stone. Mr. Stone is a big man, and his mouth had a place in it for a cigar, but the cigar wasn't there. He introduced himself, and we gave him a drink, and he told us this story. Now we're going to try to tell it to you, the way we heard it. The story needs a name, so we'll call this one The Bad Will Ambassador. Stone, Martin Stone. Thanks. Don't mind if I do. I'm an American representative of an export house with branches all over South America, Central America, Brazil, the Argentine, Venezuela, Peru, Puerto Rico, Mexico. Business is good. Could be better, but well, that's my business. Make it better. I didn't come here to talk about myself, though. I want to tell you about him. Who? Don't ask me. Just let me tell you what happened. I can't even say exactly what he looked like. Smallish, yet he wasn't so small. He wasn't young. He wasn't old either. Oh, his voice. It was soft. Like a soft breeze. The kind of voice that makes you think of your own voice. Like you're talking too loud or too hard. Still don't know his name. I looked it up, but it wasn't in there. Guess it doesn't matter. Met him first in Buenos Aires about 10 days ago. I had everything planned. 8 days to finish up my business in South America and get back home in time for Christmas and JL's sales rally. Got to plan things if you want to get them done. Yeah, reservations on Pan American right through from Argentina to New York City. Here, boy, grab these bags and weigh them. That's my plane.
Yes, sir. Well, Senor Stone, we've given you up for good.
Never give up Martin Stone till the plane leaves the ground.
Yes, senor.
Never missed a plane or a train in my life. No use putting that on the scales. Weighs 39 pounds and 14 ounces exactly. Well, what's wrong? The plane hasn't left, has it?
Mr. Stone, you see, we didn't think you were coming. And someone who has to get to Rio de Janeiro by tonight, well, we gave him your seat.
You what?
Oh, we would not have done it, Mr. Stone, but he is going to have Christmas with his family.
I know.
He's only 9 years old, sir, and if he does not go in this plane, he will lose an entire...
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me you want me to give up my seat?
Of course not, Mr. Stone. If you do not wish to, we told the dispatcher he is to take the little boy and his luggage off the plane. It will take only a moment.
Well, naturally, I'd hate to upset the youngster's plans, but after all, I got a little fellow of my own who's hard to just about break if his daddy isn't back home for Christmas.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Stone.
Is that the youngster there?
Yes, Mr. Stone.
Hi there, youngster. No, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You understand English?
No, Mr. Stone. He speaks only Spanish and Portuguese.
Well, he's got plenty of time to get an education. Here, young man, you take this and buy yourself a pocket knife or a football or anything you want. Come on, won't bite you. Hey, what's wrong? That's when I first saw him. Standing there. Right in front of me.
You say he's very young. He would not understand.
Yeah. Isn't my responsibility. An awful lot of kids in the world.
Still, a man does hate to disappoint a kid, naturally. Especially during the Christmas season.
It's a pity you will miss the Argentine Navidad.
Yes. Very interesting native customs out there. I don't know. Give me Christmas back home in the States. My name's Stone. Indestructible Toys and Novelties. Here's my card. Leaving on this plane?
No, I'm not.
Would you believe it? They don't even have Santa Claus in this country. You're not an Argentinian, are you?
No, I'm not.
Always got to be careful. Got to use tact down here in these countries. Never know who you're talking to. Like I was saying, now, what's Christmas without Santa Claus? No Santa, no presents, no fun.
Mr. Stone, here in the Argentine, the Christmas is very serious to them.
Yeah, but what about the kids, Mr. Senor? I didn't catch the name.
Senor, that is enough.
Glad to know you. Merry Christmas. Have a cigar. Say, I'm sorry I still didn't get that name.
Thank you, no, not at the moment.
You know how it is, so many strange names down here.
Just Senor.
Yeah, but Senor what?
In the United States, it is Mister.
Oh, yeah, sure. Mister and Senor are the same thing. That's right. What are we talking about? Oh, yeah, kids. Christmas and kids. Kids, I got kids of my own. And toys. Listen, we've got a line of toys.
In the Argentine, they have a gift day.
That's what I say. What can a kid get out of Christmas without Christmas presents?
La adoración de los reyes.
Beg your pardon?
Los reyes are the three kings.
Oh, yes. Oh, sure. Yes, the wise men of the camel. Sure, the adoration of the king. Somebody telling me. Now, you take Ecuador. Up there, they got a whole different idea.
Oh, I've been there during Pascua.
Sure. To Ecuador and do it right. Regular Christmas trees, presents, kids hang up their stockings just like in the States. And say, in Colombia. You know what the kids believe? Huh? They believe that Jesus himself brings them their gifts on Christmas Eve.
Imagine that.
And then there's Peru.
Oh, I've been in Peru for
Great
Christmas.
country.
In every home, they make a little altar.
Wonderful possibilities. I was in Lima once myself. Midnight mass. Interesting. Kids all cleaned up bright as a dollar. Carry whistles and things to imitate the calls of animals and birds. I got a real boot out of it. You in business, senor?
Well, after a fashion.
Oh, what's your line?
I'm afraid my line is not so popular.
Salesmanship, senor. That's what does it. You gotta sell these people. Any people. Put a little chocolate on the pill. They'll eat it.
And after the chocolate wears off?
That was the first time I met him. I wished him a Merry Christmas. Left him standing there. I got into Rio at 4:25. Took a taxi to the hotel.
Good night, Senor Stone. Come back.
That's right.
We received your wire, Senor Stone. Your room is prepared for you.
Bright people, these Brazilians. They know the answers, speak English, got an army. Tell the boys to take my... He was standing there. Yeah. The senor. Stand there in the lobby with a smile on his face, though he'd been waiting for me. Expecting me.
You had a pleasant trip, I hope.
Look, how'd you get here ahead of me? There's only one plane. You weren't on it.
Tonight I have a surprise for you.
Surprise?
You are interested in Christmas celebrations, and so tonight, if you like, we are to be guests at a Brazilian home.
Put yourself in my place. I'm not superstitious. Don't believe in that stuff. He got around a little too much and too quick. What was he selling? Competition, maybe, looking up my lead. Why'd he want to take me to that Brazilian home? What did I do in a Brazilian home? My firm does exporting, a wholesale house.
Senor Freixoto, may I present my friend, Mr. Stone of the United States of North America.
It is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance, Senor Stone.
I do.
I present my wife, Emilia.
Glad to meet you.
My son, Joao.
Hello.
Hello.
My little son, Jaime Franklin Delano Peixoto.
Hello.
And my only daughter, Dalva.
Hey, it's a pleasure. Look here, I've got a pocket full of cigars on me. Havana's imported. I have one?
Obrigado.
You, Senor?
Thank you, no.
Kids sat around listening to this talk. You know how kids are. I decided I'd have to send them something. Electric train or football or something.
Mr. Stone, do you know about Misa de Gallo?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
In Brazil, Misa de Gallo comes after the Christmas Eve supper.
Yes, interesting.
It is when one day greets the next. The Mass of the Rooster. They come from far places in the country to attend his first Mass.
Yeah, I can imagine. Christmas Eve in the States, we stay up most of the night.
Then you know what it is to wait for the midnight. Here, perhaps it is different a little. The air is warm, the night is soft and full of flowers, and there are children around you and the women. All are quiet, you understand. You can hear only the whisper of the silk in their dresses as they breathe. They are waiting.
Santa Claus?
The bells. The first bells that told the people the king was born. Always we remember back to that day. The bells.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we got bells in New York. Oh, that's up.
Some of our people say that God was not born in Bethlehem.
Huh?
I wonder, does anyone think that in New York? It is said that God was born here in Brazil, in the city of Bahia.
Oh, what makes them think that?
Gives them joy to think it.
And Mr. Peixoto took me over to a cupboard where they had a presepio. Ever seen a presepio? It's a little tiny thing. You cup your hands around your eyes and look at it, and you might think it was real. You've seen something like it here in the States. 3 wise men, little tiny figures, the Holy Family, the Star of Bethlehem, and animals looking in the manger. Got the whole thing. Regular miniature picture of the Nativity. Then Mrs. Peixoto and my little girl came in from the kitchen. Little girl was real cute.
In North America, they have them too, don't they? They have Saint Nicolau.
Have who in the United States, little girl?
Saint Nicolau.
Santa Claus?
No. Saint Nicolau. Only we call him Papa Noel, mostly.
Yes. What does your Papa Noel, Sao Niccolo, look like?
Oh, he's the most wonderful. He's fat and funny.
Oh.
And always he laughs.
Sure.
And he likes little girls and boys.
Santa Claus. That's Santa Claus.
No, Saint Nicolau.
Okay, Sao Nicolau. That's what I meant, little girl. Sao Nicolau.
Come, my friends. It is time for some dinner.
One chair at the table stood empty. I figured somebody in the family was dead and they'd set the place on a sentiment. On our way back to the hotel, I asked the Senor about it. Senor, somebody die in that family?
Oh, no, not recently. Did you like Senor Peixoto and his family?
Oh, yes. Of course I like him. That kid, that Alva, some little girl. Say, that empty chair at the table.
Oh, that was for the 9-year-old son. They are very attached.
Too bad.
Yes. He couldn't get here because the plane was full yesterday in Buenos Aires.
We stood there for a second. White face poking a hole in the night. What could I do? A lot of kids in the world. Went up in my room and locked the door. I almost expected to see him sitting there waiting for me. 3 cups of coffee and a big breakfast later. Plane left at sunrise. I didn't talk to anybody. Got into Bel-Em on time and spent the night at the airport drinking more coffee. I never spent a longer night. Then morning. arrived at Mexico City the afternoon of the next day. Balbuena Airport. It's big and comfortable, and the runways look like arms stretched out to welcome you. I had to stop in Mexico City. I had business. Checked in the Reforma and took a hot bath. Did me good. Senor just disappeared. Made up for lost time 2 days before Christmas and the holidays, and already been on for a week. They call it Posadas in Mexico. Giving presents for Christmas is still a new idea down there, like the bartender of the hotel said.
I wish my neighbor well. He wishes me well. These are our gifts.
He wished me a healthful Posadas. Nice guy. Posadas in Mexican means an inn, a kind of lodging house. People are always going somewhere during the Christmas holiday in Mexico. They visit from house to house. I decided to try and enter into the spirit, and I found a side street restaurant, picked a table in the corner, and sat down. It was the best meal I ever enjoyed. It felt like myself again. Fat man got up on a chair further down, was talking to everybody. He wasn't speaking English, but here's what he said.
Right, senores y señoras. We will be actors again. We will make again the Christmas party. You, dear, Father, you, Fernando, you, and you. You will be the Holy Pilgrim, you and your family. Huh?
The Posadas, they call it. It's regular custom, like Christmas carols, only to play. They act it out. Every day for 9 days. All over Mexico.
Now we will need a very bad man. Bad enough to play the cruel-hearted innkeeper. I am such a one. But not bad enough. Who shall it be?
I would like very much to play this part.
Senor. It was him, all right. I wanted to get up and run. Run just as fast as I could. Stood beside the Batman and smiled at me through the smoke. He chased me all the way across South America. Hey, what do you want with me?
The play is beginning.
The Mexicans started marching around with their lighted candles. Marching and singing in that funny way of theirs. Now they were knocking at the door of the inn. Knocking. The important part of the Posadas.
We have come up from Nazareth. Give us shelter in the name of mercy. My wife is great with child.
This is a place of business, not of mercy. The inn is full. There is no room for you. I wish I could do something, but I can't. After all...
Only your roof, no more. Only protection from the night. I beg of you, for her sake, for Mary and her child to be.
Please, you embarrass me. There are other innkeepers. After all,
my wife.
Is she the only woman in this world who will give birth to a child?
O God, who in the coming to save us did not disdain an humble stable, grant that we may never close our hearts when thou art knocking, so that we may be received into thy night when our own hour comes.
The world is filled with children. I have children myself. I love children. But after all...
One of the women pulled her child away from him, pushed him behind her. But the senor was looking at me. When the play was over, he kept staring at me.
You did not know when we asked you to be innkeeper, senor. What a wonderful actor you are. And the words you said were so real, so terrible. It made a goose walk over my grave. Oh, you make a very good innkeeper, senor.
I once kept an inn.
The plane left for America the next morning at 7, and I was on it.
a Cuban in the seat next to me. All he could talk about was Christmas in Havana.
It is a sad thing. I will not be home for the Christmas. We have big Christmas trees, you know, and beautiful fireworks and presents for strange little children. Christmas in Cuba, we never forget any child.
The plane landed at LaGuardia Airport in New York on Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve on Fifth Avenue. Nothing like it. Stores still open, streets jammed with last-minute shoppers, diamonds in the windows weeping to be bought, Santa Claus on every corner. Couple of minutes, I'd be sitting in my own chair by my own tree, playing with little Marty's electric train and listening to the radio. I turned down 50. You guessed it. Standing right in front of me.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Stone.
What do you want? You can't blame me. I had a right to that seat on the plane. What else could I do? What would anybody else have done? I got myself to think of, too. Is that wrong? My own kids. I had business, too. It might have meant my job. It isn't fair. I'm only human.
So was I once. Merry Christmas, Mr. Stone.
Then he wasn't there anymore. I don't know where he went to. I don't know where he came from. I can guess. But I wouldn't like to tell you what my guess is. You'd laugh, maybe. I don't want you to believe that he made a different man out of me. He didn't. Oh, I wrote out a bigger check for my charities this year, more than I could afford. But he thinks all my money is less than I can afford. Well, I've given up my overcoat to the newsboy down there in the street. He'd say it wasn't enough. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Well, he'd tell you that they made fun of the man who was born on Christmas. He'd show you the place in the Bible where it says they mocked Jesus when they nailed him on the cross. I say, and you say, everybody says that we ought to help our fellow man, do everything we can for our fellow man. But we all want something back. Money or love or happiness. Something. Fair trade or... Anyway, some kind of trade. That's only business. Business of life. Tell him that and he'd just look at you and say, Merry Christmas. You know what he'd mean? He'd mean that Christmas is the day when Jesus was born, who threw the money changers out of the temple. We admit we ought to do more, but we can't give everything. There's got to be a limit. Is there anybody on earth who doesn't set a limit to what he pays for the privilege of being alive? That innkeeper 2,000 years ago set a limit when he sent Mary away from the door. I set a limit when I didn't give my place to that kid who wanted to be home for Christmas. That was a pretty mean thing to do, all right. Just didn't think. A lot of other people maybe do the same thing. I want to know why somebody else didn't give up their place on the plane. That isn't any argument, I'll admit that. That's like saying somebody else will feed the poor. Somebody else will win the war. That's like saying, what does it matter what I do? It does matter. Everything I do matters. My opinion and what I do about it. My vote. My vote on everything. I matter. That's all there is to it. The innkeeper said there was other inns and drove off the Mother of God. You know, an awful lot of people believe Jesus was God himself. Well, if he was, he came into the world as a man, so all men would see how terrible it is not to give shelter to all men. If he was God, he walked the earth as a man to show how much we all matter and to remind us that we were made in his image. Excuse me for going on like this. My friend, the senor, didn't say anything. He just looked at me. But I saw that look, and I just thought I ought to tell you what was in it. You're interested in Pan-American relations, and that just means human relations. It means loving your fellow man. Really, just that. Loving him. I have to tell you, I'm not going to go out and save souls and grow a halo, but I'm never going to think I love my fellow men just because my next-door fellow man loves his fellow men less than I do. I'm not going to think I've got a generous heart because I know somebody that's meaner than I am. When Christmas comes along, at least, I'm going to remember my friend, the senor. I'm going to try to remember what he came to remind me of. Has everything to do with everything. With Pan-Americanism and this war we're fighting with just being born in the world. I've been up the length of this hemisphere since the holidays began, and I've heard the bells ringing in every land. Christmas bells. Ringing to cheer us up in North and South America. Peace on earth and goodwill toward men. We're fighting for peace on earth. Peace that'll really mean goodwill toward men. I don't know anything more cheerful than that. Generosity, mine works on a budget, so does yours. But we all celebrate Christmas because on that day somebody was born who set no limit to generosity. Gave everything. Even his life. A lot of Americans are giving up their lives tonight for their fellow man. All right, maybe I won't die for anybody. Maybe I'll just die. What happens in the meantime? What can I do? What can I do? If I ever hear myself saying that, I'll remember what my friend would say. He'd just look at me and say, Merry Christmas.
You have been listening to a special Christmas broadcast, the seventh in a series of programs about the other Americas, in which the Columbia Broadcasting System is presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas, and provides daily programs to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Mr. Welles has recently returned from an 8-month visit to the Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. In the cast tonight, Norman Field played Mr. Peixoto, the Brazilian. Ted Reed was the American Airlines representative. Pedro de Cordova was the fat man in Mexico. John Tucker Battle was the Cuban. Hans Conried was the senor, and Martin Stone was played by Orson Welles. The original music was written by Lucien Moravec. Lud Gluskin conducted the orchestra. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. $10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio. Our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below and start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Orson Welles, usually heard at this time in the CBS series Hello Americans, is unable to appear this evening due to illness. For tonight, Lud Gluskin and his orchestra present a program for the people of two continents. Ritmos de las Americas. The Argentine. Brazil. Martinique. Trinidad. Cuba. Mexico. Ritmos de las Americas. These are the exciting rhythms of the Americas, which you will hear tonight, played for you by Lud Gluskin and his orchestra, featuring the noted calypso singer Sir Lancelot, Cuba's favorite Miguelito Valdez, and your host for the evening, Mexico's singing star of the screen, Tito Guizar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Really, no one can take the place of Senor Orson Welles on a program such as this dedicated to the Latin American countries. I can say that with conviction, because I was with Senor Welles in Brazil while he was on his tour through South America. He has told you something of this broadcast about the lovely island of Cuba, and he is right. Anyone who travels to Cuba carries away with him memories which live forever. He will always be able to see the twinkling lights of Havana. He will always hear the soft laughter of dark-eyed girls. And back of it all, there will be music, the rhythm of the Americas, the rhythm of a bolero song that comes right from the heart. Very nice, Senor Gluskin. A few weeks ago, mi amigo Orson Welles told you about the Calypso singers of Trinidad. On that same program, he introduced one of those singers. He's very famous. His name is Sir Lancelot. Tonight, we are very happy to have him back to sing for us again. Before we hear your song, Sir Lancelot, I wish you could tell us how calypso singing began in Trinidad.
Well, Tito, it probably began when somebody found out that a story could be told as well as sung. That's what calypso singing is, a story that's told in a song.
Are the stories always about love and romance?
Oh, no. They can be about anything. Legends, history, sometimes love. Sometimes even about the news. You know, Tito, here in the United States, there's a calypso song.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about what the Americans would do if they were in Berlin.
I'm afraid I don't follow you. What is the title of the song?
Right in the Führer's Face.
I remember now. A very lovely ballad. And now, Americans, here is Sir Lancelot, the calypso singer from Trinidad with, what's your song?
It's a little something commemorating the treacherous attack on Pearl Harbor. Arise, arise, ye sons of America, arise. Arise, arise, ye sons of America, arise. Listen to the sound of the bugle call. Your Uncle Sam needs you one and all, and he means to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. It was on the morning of December 7 when the evil messengers of this Son of Heaven attacked Pearl Harbor without a cause, precipitating this cruelest of wars. But that mad action they will regret. Believe me, friends, ain't seen nothing yet. For we mean to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. Now, in the words of our great president, the illustrious head of his government, that most cruel and dastardly crime will be repaid 1,000 times, till those cantankerous beasts of prey are apprehended and brought to bay. For we mean to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. Indeed, my friends, it's a wholesome sight as we stand with our allies in this glorious fight. Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, the Netherlands, and our motherland, Russia and China, we're proud to add. Don't forget to mention La Trinidad, for we mean to fight for the right to live in dignity, justice, and liberty. Oh, oh boy. Oh. Now as to the outcome, we have no fear, neither by land, nor sea, nor by air. Remember gallant MacArthur's stand on the historic peninsula. At Bataan, Admiral Nimitz and Captain Kelly, their deeds will live for eternity by land, air, and sea. We shall win the victory, most assuredly.
I would like to come back to Trinidad. I was there, you know.
Thank you.
A lovely place. Well, if tonight you were dancing in Rio de Janeiro, that splendid city of Brazil, you would be sure to hear a romantic samba called Aquarela do Brasil, which I had the pleasure to introduce to American audiences 2 years ago. Right now, it is probably the most popular Latin American song in all the Americas. Maestro Lud Gluskin plays it for you. Very, very nice, Senor Lord. Very nice. In Cuba, when the bright stars hang over to the gray sugar plantations, the native workers sing their song. Their voices come from their hearts, and the night is filled with a melody that is haunting and tender, with a rhythm that is savage and compelling. It is one of these Cuban songs that Miguelito Valdez is about to sing for you. It is called Babalu.
Están empezando los velorios, hay que le hacemos a Papalú. Dame 17 velas, es pa' ponerlo en coro. Dame un cabo de tabaco mayengue y un jarrito de aguardiente. Dame un poco de dinero mayengue, pa' que no de la muerte. Yo quiero pedir a que mi negra me quiera, que tenga dinero y que no se haga. Y yo le quiero pedir a Papalú una negra bimbona. Es que no tengo toro negro, es pa' que no se fuera. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay, mamá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay, papá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay, papá, kini, babalú, papá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay. Pues mamá, mira mamita, recuerda cuando que queremos te dice como mamá que llama como tu cuento somalia, no conoce mi mar, su cuento se te gusta luego mi por su cabrón pajátaro. Si viene cayendo cuento más ropa, si viene cayendo su equipo me toco, si viene cayendo el montón yo para con su traseña por mucho te comienza mi cara la mamá, que si mañana yo me muero, mamá, que no me haga cosa buena, por eso también invito a la pequeña como mamá la más paca, priquio. Papalú, ay, mamá. Papalú, ay, Papalú, ay.
Muy bueno, Miguelito, muy bueno. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to sing for you a song which pictures my homeland, Mexico. But there are so many songs, and there is so little time. I will take my guitar and just sing. Quiero que vivas solo para mí y que tú vayas por donde yo voy, para que mi alma sea no más de ti. Bésame con frenesí, dame la luz que tiene tu mirar y la ansiedad que entre tus labios vi, esa locura de vivir y amar, que es más que amor, frenesí, que es más que amor, frenesí, es más que amor, frenesí. Guadalajara, 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 Guadalajara. Tienes el alma de provinciana, hueles a limpio rosa temprana. A verde fresca del río, son mis palomos tu caserío. Guadalajara, Guadalajara, hueles a pura tierra mojada. Colomitos lejanos, ay, ojitos y acuervados, hay colomitos
recuerdos inolvidables, inolvidables como las tardes en que la lluvia desde la loma irnos hacía hasta Zapopan. Y ay, ay, ay. Guadalajara, y allá en el rancho grande, allá donde viví. Y había una rancherita que alegre me decían, que alegre me decía. Y pues, ¿qué te decía, manito? Te voy a hacer tus calzones, ¿cómo? Como los que usa el ranchero ceboreando. Te los comienzo de lana y luego te los acabo de cuero. Allá en el rancho grande, allá donde vivía, había una rancherita que alegre me decía, que alegre me decía. Y pues, ¿qué te decía, maldito? Que pasen para adentro, que estoy solito. Which means in English, okay. Ay, ay, bambuhe, bambu, calambu, ayuhe. Bambu, calambu, bambuhe, bambu, calambu, ayuhe. Y va por la tierra el guate, cantando su canto vendré. Bambu, calambu, bambuhe, bambu, calambu, ayuhe. Kim bamba, tembloroso vuela el negro colibrí. Kim bamba, elefante, mono y carabalí. Kim bamba, kimbamba, kimbamba, oh,
Very good. Lud Gluskin. And now it's time to say hasta la vista. This is Tito Rizal saying good night, Americans.
Our orchestra was conducted by Lud Gluskin. Next week, Orson Welles will return on another broadcast of Hello Americans from Hollywood. Dick Joy speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
$10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An lost in Brazil, or every moment is an adventure.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents the Mercury Theater in a special series of broadcasts about the other Americas, produced by Orson Welles.
Hello, Americans. I stand here in a room of a building in this modern city, surrounded by streets and planning and the shadows of monuments. There are parks here, playgrounds and plazas, churches, cathedrals, holy air. There are marketplaces, laughter of people, electricity, motor cars, the singing of women. Age is here, and the wisdom of it. Time is here, in the stillness of the land. Time surrounds the city with huge hills, snow-covered, solemn. The conquistador lies below us now, beneath the foundation of the buildings, beneath the stones of the city lies. All the weapons of slavery are dust in the earth. The chains, the lances, the cannon, the hard skulls, all are packed down by the weight and anger of centuries. There were graves in Mexico for tyrants then. There is room for graves still. He who comes to conquer this soil will learn to sleep under it forever. A mile from where I stand, the voice of Moctezuma spoke. His palace is now one side of the Plaza Mayor. In the subsoil of the Plaza Mayor, the Aztec calendar stone was found, Piedra del Sol, the stone of the sun. On its stone face are carved figures. They tell the time, the month, and year, frozen in the giant stillness of the past. They return us to the time, to the history, to the name, to the invisible dead. Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, the god, tall with white skin. He went among the people.
The land is sacred. It belongs to those who work it, who plant and reap, not to those. Slavery is ungodly. Each man is master of his own body. There is enough in this land for all. All should benefit.
I, Emperor of the Aztecs, proclaim that Quetzalcoatl be punished. Find him.
The bearded one has fled. East he goes in his ship. He will be back. Will come by sea. He has set the date. He will return, bringing us freedom. The date is set.
The date was set. 1519. Almost on the day, a sail appeared in the east. The people quivered with hope. Moctezuma trembled on his throne in the mountains. The sail sagged on the mast, and a man set foot on Mexican soil. Cortez, Hernan Cortez. Gold lured him here to this very city, then called Tenochtitlan. And it stood in a clear lake like a jewel. And its temples were brighter than 100 suns. The lake is gone, and many temples are gone. But Moctezuma walks in the blood of Mexico, with all his sadness and suffering. Moctezuma, standing at the temple, facing the terrible god of war.
What do they bring, these white strangers who march westwards from the coast? Shall we sharpen our flints for them?
Only the wind answered. Only the silent air, with its wild omens of doom.
I speak to you, O God of peace. What do these strangers bring?
Do they tell you, Moctezuma? Do the gods warn of the Spaniards? The white men? Will you call out your warriors, O king?
Let them enter the city. Perhaps they are children of the sun. Bring them fruit and wine. They shall know we are not cannibals.
The causeway's open, and the Spaniard armor shines like the surface of the lake. The air is quiet on this day. Cortez, horseman, hero, advances to the center of the city, smiling.
Visitor, be welcome. This palace belongs to you and your brethren. Rest after your fatigue. Then I shall ask what brings you visiting to our island city.
I shall answer you now, great Montezuma. I have come to see so distinguished a person as yourself, to spread the wonders of your empire. We must prepare for a bold stroke. Montezuma's uneasy. He asks questions.
Shall we battle their army, then?
No. We strike where we'll dazzle them most. We strike at Montezuma, the heart of the body.
Do you dare, conquistador? A few hundred men, a known quantity of blood, to pit against these millions?
I tell you, Montezuma, this is no time to seek counsel from the stars. These men are not gods. They walk as men. They can die as men.
Too late. Too late. The Spaniards strike swiftly. The great Moctezuma, whom only the air dared touch, is learning the logic of chains. Speak, O king, for they have defiled you. They have struck at the hand of friendship. This very moment they run through the temples, looting and burning. The civilized man has come bearing gifts, Moctezuma. The Eastern world has come to save you. They prod you to the window. They have a knife at your back, O Emperor. Your people are below, impatient, deadly.
Speak, Montezuma. Tell them to lay down their arms, or you'll die.
Be tall at the window. Be strong. Be greater than these conquerors. Below, the Aztecs sound like a burning forest. They think you betrayed them. They throw stones. Be strong, Moctezuma. For the arrows are on their way, dipped in their anger. Arrows for your heart. The blood is out. It falls. The empire bleeds. So, Cortez, is your triumph here? You're far from Cuba now, or the sea. You're in a city on a lake, and the causeways bristle with men. Mexico waits for you, conquistadores. Listen, on the open causeways they fought. The Spaniard hacking his way through, the bridges pulled down. The Aztecs dragging the riders down to the water. They fought on the bridges and under. Fought with the fury of tigers. The men from the east and these tough warriors. And the wind, heavy with the odor of blood. There was no surrender. There was death and pestilence. But there was no surrender. There was ruin and desolation. And a forest of dead covered the Valley of Mexico. In the history of conquest, as Genghis Khan, Napoleon, Hitler, and the rest are called great, so Cortez was great. No adventurer was ever more daring. He burnt the ships that brought his little army from Cuba so no man of his could turn back. A handful, stifling in rusty armor, they braved strange mountains, terrible jungle, and lived to assassinate a civilization. The Aztecs fell before the gun and the horse, and the slave empire of Moctezuma joined the dust of empires. So the Spaniard raped Indian Mexico and held it in chains for 3 centuries. Mexicans won back Mexico in the end. But the Spaniards came again, This time, a joke of history by invitation.
Another shipload of Spaniards has come. Over 2,000 in one ship. Your grandfather is sleeping.
I'm not sleeping. What is this about 2,001 ship? Don't try to hide it from me. I know. Mexico's been invaded again.
No, Grandfather, you don't understand.
Someone fetch me my rifle.
Grandfather,
I can
listen.
shoot through the window.
These people are not our enemies. They've been fighting a civil war in Spain.
I know that. You think I'm a fool?
The loyalists have been defeated, Grandfather, and we're offering them a home here in Mexico.
Spaniards are Spaniards.
No, Grandfather, a Spaniard's a man. And there are two kinds of men in the world. Those who march forward and those who march backward.
I'm 86 years old. That's the first time in 86 years I've ever heard a member of my family say anything that made sense. Somebody fetch me a glass of wine.
Once again, the Spaniard invades the Mexican soil. But this time he does not bring his swords and cannon.
I come from Guernica, the holy city of Spain. Hitler and Franco destroyed our city, and now I am here.
What work do you do?
I teach Mexico how we make wine in Catalonia.
I am from Barcelona. I play the violin in the Orquesta Sinfónica Nacional. I used to practice medicine in Madrid. I practice medicine in Mexico City now.
I was a teacher in a Spanish university. Today, I teach here in Mexico.
I'm an artist, senor. A ham artist.
A ham artist? That's one thing we never admit back in the States.
Oh, see, ham artist. I teach Mexico a fine way to cure hams. Food, you know, hams. I've brought what I know. I've brought, too, my hatred for fascism.
That hatred is shared by your adopted country, senor. By the people, by 18 million of them, by the workers and their unions, the men and women of professions, the musicians, the painters. All share your hatred of tyranny, your love of freedom. You know, and Mexicans know, that freedom is a prize hard won and easily lost. You know and Mexicans know that so long as somewhere freedom does not live, free men must die for it. For 300 years after Cortez, Mexico bowed her head. Then the bones of her ancestors stirred. The Indian blood, the peasant anger stirred again. And from the south, the Grito de Dolores, the cry of 50,000 peasant voices, thundered their anger against the Mexican skies. Father Miguel Hidalgo, obscure parish priest, the father of Mexican independence.
We are resolved to sustain man's inalienable rights. We will sustain these rights by letting rivers of blood, if necessary.
Rivers of blood did flow, but they left a brief red stain on a conscience of a people. And from his prison cell, the captive priest put by his beads and spoke to the sons of men.
O ye who inhabit the earth, be my witness. I call you to behold the crimes which have been here perpetrated, and in my deep grief, call the whole world to see for itself the pain which is here in my land.
Even before the echoes of Hidalgo's lament had died away, a new leader had arisen, a young guerrilla warrior, Jose Maria Morelos. Hidalgo was executed, but over the crash of the rifles, Morelos hurled the people's defiance.
America is declared independent of Spain or any other foreign power.
The seed was strong, and the soil was rich. Another man walked into Mexico. No conquistador, no fiery rider, no great king or his power behind him, but the people's power, Mexico's power. Benito Juarez. And in this city, in the Alameda, a monument stands for this man. And along the Avenida Juarez, his ghost still walks. This time the conquistador was within, and the people closed their terrible ring, and Emperor Maximilian learned what Cortez did. The soil of Mexico has room for tyrants. Centuries of room. This man Juarez, this lawyer with craggy face and stovepipe hat, Lincoln of the lower continent, what fire burned in his silent eye?
His hands are hands of a peasant. His face is known a whip. The back, too, is bent. In school, the Spanish gentlemen turned their backs as if my Indian face was a disease. I am not bitter. I am ashamed for Mexico.
Lawyer Juarez to Governor Juarez. With the wind of war rising among his people, poverty's war. And Juarez walked through village and city, searching, keeping his faith with the people, taking his strength from the people. For he was one of them, the poor, the proud.
Why are the workers on the road chained? Why are the workers in the mines chained?
You see, senor, there are reasons. Besides, they are happier that way.
So, a Mexican is happier in chains. You think so? Soon you shall hear a noise, senor, greater than thunder. It will be the chains breaking.
Juarez waits for the hour to strike. Waits like a boatman for the tide. Listens to the stirrings of the people. Juarez could wait. His people had waited for centuries. There was strength in waiting, and the moment had come. Juarez, in exile, penniless, leaves his rooming house in New Orleans. Alone, he returns to Mexico, the center of flame. He walks through the jungles alone in his black coat to meet his army, walking with the strength of hills, walking with the wheel of history. By foot, by ship, alone he comes. Welcome home, Juarez. For God and liberty. The people rise. The people wake at last. They converge toward the angry cities. The fishermen with their shining knives. The sowers of corn and cane. Farmers with scythes, the straight and the bent. From Indian towns and Spaniard towns they came, giving their blood. And blood soaked the dry earth. And man marched towards the dream of equity. Then it was Presidente Juarez, speaking to the ambassador of France.
You threaten me with this Maximilian. If he has landed on our coast, as you say, with Napoleon's army, tell him this. The people of the Americas know well how to receive conquerors. Tell him there is room for one more grave in Mexico.
Maximilian stands on the Hill of Bells in Cerro de las Campañas on this cool morning of June 17, 1867, facing his appointed rifles. Not all his royal friends could save him. Not all the voices of the sovereign kingdoms who came to plead for him. Juarez listened to the voices as they spoke. Then Juarez spoke.
Maximilian must die, senores. Not for revenge, no, not for that. He dies because he is a sign of tyranny. Mexico says to the world, know that as Maximilian dies, so dies his dream and the danger of it. The people have spoken.
After Juarez, the scene darkens in Mexico. And to Porfirio Diaz, tyrant.
Emiliano, the food is on the table. Why do you sit there in the dark like a frightened wolf? Will you answer me when I ask you a question?
I'm not hungry.
Then you are sick.
No.
Don't turn your head away. Look at me toward the light. Who did that to you?
A rurale.
With his horsewhip?
Yes.
What have you to do with Rurales?
I was at the farm of Tio Badillo when the Rurales came to take the land.
What did you do?
I threw a stone at a Rurale.
That was a wicked thing to do.
It was more wicked for the Rurales to take the land of Tio Badillo. The land of Tio Badillo is part of the Ejido.
The police of Diaz do not recognize the common land.
I think President Diaz is a thief.
That is a dangerous thought.
I have thought that thought since I was 7.
Oh, an old thought, eh? 2 years old.
Yes.
And what will you think when you're 19?
I think I will kill many Rurales. And maybe even President Diaz himself.
I think you will not live to be a man if you speak those thoughts aloud. Do you understand?
But I can speak my thoughts to you.
Yes. Yes, you can always speak your thoughts to me when we are alone and the door is closed. Now eat your supper. And let us hear no more of your thoughts until you are a man. A strong man. And to be strong, you must eat.
I will eat and I will grow strong. And someday the Rurales will run like chickens when they hear the name Emiliano Zapata.
In my own office, without an appointment, without any warning, this flea-bitten, ragged, stinking crowd of pests.
Bandits.
Bandits, worse. Crowd of illiterate villagers who wanted to take action against the hacendados, claiming they were stealing their land.
Such claims are common.
The leader of these peasants...
Yes, I know. Emiliano Zapata.
Yes, well, he had very little to say when I offered to call the police. Then they went quietly enough. They have no appetite for the Rurales.
They think because they were born on the land that it is theirs. The next thing you know, the parrots will be flying in from the jungles and claiming the mahogany trees are theirs because they were born in them. A parrot can talk, too, you know.
Emiliano, I have come from the village. They have posted a paper about you in the Plaza de Armas.
What does it say?
You are banished from the state of Morelos. You are not permitted to return, on pain of death.
They've made me an outlaw. Very well. Others will join us. There are still men in Mexico who do not love a dictator.
Zapata's white horse pounded like a war drum through the villages. His cry of land and freedom rallied a mighty army. Diaz died, and the rich landowners replaced him with Madero.
I aren't prepared to grant you full amnesty, Zapata. And more than that, I'm prepared to give you an estate of 150,000 acres.
Have you not heard that I'm fighting to restore the land to the people?
Yes, I have heard.
I'm fighting for everyone. Men of Mexico, it is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees.
There are those in the state of Morelos today who will tell you that the body publicly exhibited on April 10th, 1919, was not Zapata, but a wax figure.
Zapata is not dead, senor. He still rides. The thunder of his horse's hoof shakes the world. He is finishing what he started. Every man will have his own foot of land, and there will be no hungry child anywhere, and the buzzards who live on death will die of starvation.
The people march, asking questions.
Land is poor.
There is no water for the soil.
Can we grow food from stone?
We have many oil wells, true, but where is work for us?
Our children die of disease.
Why must that be?
There are no schools.
Must our children not be able to write their names?
They say we are a rich land. Rich for whom? Tell me that.
Asking, searching, taking on the democratic stature. Somebody said Mexico is the land of mañana. Mañana means tomorrow. And tomorrow in Mexico is no longer an excuse. Tomorrow is more now than a promise. Here is a land with the longest yesterday in the New World. And no American nation has so advanced in the third decade of our century. No American people are more solemnly consecrated to the future. Revolution again? Yes. This time it's the National Revolutionary Party, the PNR, the CTL, the Confederation of Mexican Workers. We've arrived at the year 1934. They're cheering the new presidente, Cardenas, elected by the will of the majority.
¡Viva Cardenas! ¡Fundador de Familia Front! ¡Abajo el fascismo!
In 1910, there were 700 schools in Mexico, all in cities and towns. There were no schools for the children of peasants. By 1935, in the country, in the farm and cattle lands, there were 20,000 schools. The art of Mexico and Mexico's artists, Aztec and Mayan art, colonial, popular, tradition and progress, Orozco, Rivera, Siqueiros, more, many more, great painting on public walls, murals, art for everybody, and music for everybody. Rivertos, Chavez, the Orchestra Sinfónica Nacional, popular music, folk music, mariachis, marimba bands, rancheros, boleros, the lovely ballads of the jungles, the plains, the mountains, song, and while we're about it, wine and women. Say nothing of food. I'd like to do a whole series of broadcasts on Mexican cooking. Listen, you can hear the great bell of the cathedral. The largest bell on our continent. There's so many things I wish I had the time to talk about today. The street in honor of Louis Pasteur, the Washington Monument here, the Don Quixote Fountain, the auto trailer camp, nightclubs, museums, cathedrals, the stadium, bullfights. Another time I'm going to tell you about Mexico's new president, Camacho, and Padilla's magnificent achievement at the Pan American Conference in Rio. And now it's time to say goodbye. To leave you with a message from the Republic of Mexico.
We declare the sincere friendship of the workers and the people of Latin America with the great people of the United States. We defend the same cause, the cause of the people. For this cause, we continue united, and we will be courageous in the future as we have been in the past. Our flag is the Atlantic Charter. Our slogan, the inviolate right of self-determination. Liberty for each nation of the world. Progress for the working people everywhere. Liberation of all mankind.
You've been listening to the 8th in a series of programs about the other Americas, in which the Columbia Broadcasting System is presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides daily programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. Next week, the 9th program in this series will be brought to you by Orson Welles. Mr. Welles has recently returned from an 8-month visit to the Latin American countries for the office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. In the cast tonight, Laird Tregar was Montezuma, Hans Conried was Cortez, Ray Collins was Juarez, Lou Merrill Zapata, and Agnes Moorehead, Zapata's mother. Original music tonight was composed by Lucien Moravec and directed by Lud Gluskin. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Attention all adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have an exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio. Our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel
Beg your pardon.
Well, go on.
Do I know you?
Not intimately, I think.
Well, who are you?
A horseman. You've seen horses.
Well, of course. That is,
but this is a horse. I am a horseman. After all, a horse should be a welcome figure to a party. A little lecture on food. Some people eat horses.
In a pinch, yes.
Yes. Do you mind if I'm your guest tonight?
Not at all.
Do you mind if I have certain useful contributions to make to your program?
Do you know anything about food from the Americas?
I know everything about food. Everywhere.
Your horse evidently doesn't. He's all ribs.
I do not belong to the breed that fattens animals for the slaughter and for the gullets of men. I interrupt your story. Do go on.
I intended to. Food. Subsistence and existence.
Yes?
Where there was the promise of food, men went. Where there was grass, tribes, nations, civilization went to feed their livestock, that their livestock might feed them. The rat and the ant have survived because they have known how, somehow, always to have food.
The rat and the ant and man. Superlatively inspiring thoughts. But go on.
When the rat and the ant compose a symphony or give testimony to God, let me know, man on horseback.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Ever since the beginnings of man, his struggle for subsistence has been the story of his life.
Interesting.
His war and his peace, his hate and his love, his passions and his ideals. All is food.
Man, the potent lord of creation, who lives only to eat.
History and scriptures are full of the literature of meat and bread and the pitcher.
And behold, Pharaoh did have a dream. He stood by the river, and there came out of the river 7 kine, well-favored and fat-fleshed, and they fed in the reed grass. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, out of the river, and the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kine did eat up the well-favored and fat kine. And he sent for Joseph out of his dungeon, and Joseph told Pharaoh, "This is the why-for of your dream. There shall be 7 years of great plenty in Egypt, but afterwards there shall be 7 years of hunger in the land, and the plenty will be forgotten, and hunger shall consume the land." And Joseph told Pharaoh to store up his food in times of plenty, that there should be food enough in the lean years. The devil can quote scriptures. Why can't I?
Today, the world is at war. There is plenty where the torch is not put to the granaries in the fields. There is hunger where the armies, like locusts, swarm over the tortured lands. Here in the Americas, the torch of war is not yet laid to the fields and bins and granaries. Can America, can this hemisphere alone feed its own and feed a world besides?
No. Yes.
Will we supply the world with food when it is hungry?
Yes. Fool.
And is it hungry now?
It starves.
Then there will be food.
You'll need ships to carry food.
We'll have the ships.
They will be sunk.
We'll sink the sinkers. There'll be other ships.
And where, tell me, is all this wealth of provender? All this food for yourself and for the rest of the world? Where is so much in the root and on the stalk and on the hoof?
We have some. We have much.
And you, my optimistic friend, who are you?
I am a gaucho, and I am only one of many, and there are many such many. I come from the great plains of the Argentine, from the wide pampas. A cowboy, you would say, up here.
I wouldn't.
No, not you, perhaps, whoever you are, but the other one, the American, yes?
Yes, my friend, I would. Ladies and gentlemen, a gaucho, a cowboy, if you please, from the plains of South America. The finest and beefiest beef on earth comes from those plains.
It goes out in ships with ice. How you call it?
Refrigerated.
Yes, and in cans. To where the armies are spread across the world. With the United States, with Mexico, with Uruguay, we have beef enough to feed the world.
From the pampas to the huge slaughterhouses goes the beef. Then to be frozen and packed or tinned. And into the ships. Fanning out across the world, across the oceans. Across the equator, past Iceland. Joining the quiet convoy.
Watch out. Submarines.
Cruising the deadly ocean into the cold, the icy waters of the northern seas. Archangel.
Watch out, you fools. Dive bomber.
Past submarine, past bomber and surface raider. Murmansk.
You can't make it. The sea is sown with mines.
Murmansk, and we're in, boys. We're in with beef from the Argentine.
The harbor is mined, I tell you. The sky is full of ruin.
Trucks, the railroad, taking the cargo, taking the beef of the Argentine for the sinew of the Russian bear. Food, the ultimate fuel of the offensive. The army again marching on its stomach, while the people march on their backbone, their nerve, and their knowledge that somewhere on the high seas the food is coming. Russia, Britain, China, Greece. Greece?
We perish in our homes. We stiffen by the side of the road. Our eyes grow large and staring. And our ribs are harps for death to play upon.
Our ribs are harps for death to play upon. A skillful figure of speech inviting a sharp, clear picture of the truth. These Greeks are not bad. No, they're not bad at all. Making such words with hunger full upon them. A worthy race. Descended from the gods indeed. Bravo, brave Greece.
I do not care about the speeches that I make, except the world must listen and help us. Help. We cannot feed upon our bravery.
Greece. Breakfast is warm water. Cold water would be torment to shrunken stomachs. Luncheon? Some blades of selected weeds and grasses, some stolen rancid oil. Dinner?
A few olives. One has been lucky. And a spoonful of wheat flour.
No. Beautiful for spacious skies. Amber waves of grain.
America. Wheat. Bread. Or we die.
But the ships? There are no ships.
There are ships.
Not enough.
For that, yes. There must be.
Do you want your own people to go hungry?
There is enough for all.
Have I said you were a fool?
Once, I think.
You are twice a fool.
Because I say there is enough to eat for all. Americans, north and south and central, tell this stranger, tell this rider of a lean horse, what you have to give and of your will to give.
Talk about Argentina. You ought to have a look at Texas.
American cowpuncher. Slightly different in dress from our friend the gaucho, but up to the same game with just about the same instruments. Rising with the sun, resting with the cattle, safely corralled for the night, not before. Using his rope like an artist, calling it a lasso.
Or a riata, short for lariata, which is where we get the word lariat. But I prefer a rope. It's easier.
Our rope we call the bolidero.
I still like plain rope. It's easier.
Rope, riata, bolidero. Its aim is the same. Gaucho, vaquero, cowboy. The game is the same. To feed the world. And panhandle or pampas, the business is beef.
More beef than you can count from now to the low Sierras.
Cattle that move like a dark ocean across the prairies. Cattle as far as the eye can see. Millions of head. The gaucho, under the stars of the pampas, riding the range, seeing to the wire. Cowboy in America, riding the range, seeing to the wire. Singing his melancholy song, full of contentment, full of the doing of his appointed job. Let's talk about coffee now. Not exactly a food, but closer to it than a good after-dinner cigar, which makes a good dinner taste better and digest better, more than likely.
There is more coffee in Brazil than the world can use. Hills of coffee, slopes full of the coffee plants, mountains of coffee beans.
Coffee. hot and piping, to warm the heart and lift up the spirit. The worker's wine, the soldier's companion. Across the vast sweep of the hemisphere, the farmlands lie open to the mercy or the malice of the zones. In Manitoba, Canada, the farmer frowns at a head of wheat.
Rust. I should have burned those barberry bushes earlier. That's what spreads the rust.
In the dry, difficult plateau of Mexico, a humble farmer rests on his worn spade. It is very hot. It is a world of other people's mouths and of his own pockets, and both need sorely to be filled. But the worn spade moves again. In Ohio, a young farmer violates tradition and neglects to say, "I'll be switched." Instead,
I'll have to see about an alkalizer for that old strip. It's much too acid. The hydrogen ion potential is way out of sight.
the sky does not go unwatched. The waters are measured. The grain and the corn rise and are harvested. The soil surrenders to the farmer.
This is your standard of achievement, then? This is the measure of your culture and your civilization, which you esteem so well and consider worth saving from starvation. An ocean of coffee channeling through your exalted system. Oh, these men. These worthy, worthy men.
I just thought I'd show you that we set some store in what is not necessity, by way of showing that there's plenty and to spare. You'd probably be interested in the more substantial things like beef. Consider the potato.
Oh, yes. The potato. That dirty stone in the muck for men to scrabble at. The potato. Humble tuber. Let me see. It was that miserable fleshy food that Sir John Hawkins took back to England from the New World, wasn't it? Oh, I can't tell you about the potato. It saved an entire people from starvation once. The more's the pity.
See, here, you don't like people much, do you?
The world is overcrowded. Let us return to the noble potato, savior of a people.
All right. You tell me, and then I'll tell you.
Sir John brought potatoes back to England. That wasn't really their name, but the white man couldn't pronounce so impossible a word as batata, which was their real name. It was too much for man's highly advertised culture.
Go on.
The potatoes landed in England, whereupon the English king, full of kingly sanctimony, and the milk of human kindness, had them dispatched to Ireland as food, and for further cultivation. The Irish, it appears, were starving to death. The potatoes saved them, and have continued to do so from time to time.
And the Americans produce enough potatoes to feed every one of the United Nations once we get the bottoms and the wheels to ship them on.
Potatoes did a great deal to relieve the siege of Stalingrad. I myself have no particular liking for potatoes.
You develop a taste for them in besieged cities.
Yes.
And they're not bad with onions and gravy, convoyed by steak, hamburger, leg of lamb, and some of that South American coffee. Remember?
I don't care for potatoes.
What do you care for?
I have 3 comrades.
Belong to the horsey set, too.
Yes.
If they're all like you, you can have them.
They are very much like me. I thank you for them.
Take a look around you from a train window in the Plains States, or from that saddle on your emaciated horse, mister, and see a heap of corn on the stalk. All kinds. Corn, maize, ranks and ranks of it. High, full, strong, full of starch, sugar, calories. The fields of waving grain you may have heard about in that song. Wheat, then corn, wheat, and more corn. Planted in strips, planted with tricks and savvy by Americans who've learned how to get the best out of corn and the best out of the soil that corn grows on by rotating crops and rebuilding the earth that the corn breaks down. Corn, being the sinewy, substantial stuff that it is, it takes a lot out of the soil. But American farmers have what it takes, and they put it back again. And that's why there's enough of it to go around. It didn't just grow. It was out there and nursed and kidded and persuaded and browbeaten up to where it is today. It took know-how in the United States and Illinois, in Iowa and Nebraska. And it took know-how and savvy in Argentina, where the corn grows tall and the corn grows numerous. American farmers in the Americas had to whisper sweet something into those big golden ears of corn. They got corn. A whopping big lot of corn. Enough and more than enough to go around.
The Americans. The Americans.
You find something gravely wrong with them?
I reserve my privilege to despise them. I hate the fat lushness of America.
That ain't fat, mister. That's muscle, evenly distributed.
Beautiful, spacious skies. Amber waves of grain.
That's right. Wheat. Bread wheat. Macaroni wheat. Club wheat. Lots of wheat. And anything under 1 billion bushels a year is strictly bush league these days.
Mountain majesties. The fruity plain. Lyrical.
You don't care for oranges and vitamin C. You hate apples and pears and peaches. And you're not happy in the Santa Clara Valley. You probably think George Washington did exactly right when he chopped down the cherry tree.
I reserve my privilege to hate at my pleasure.
You certainly are having a lot of fun, whoever you are.
And I repeat, I hate America.
Will I find out why?
Perhaps. I should happen to lose my temper.
Maybe this will do it. I don't know. Bananas.
Bananas. Yes, we have no bananas.
Bananas were brought up from Central America as an experiment. They were a smash hit overnight.
We are not amused.
Nuts.
I beg your pardon.
Nuts. One South American nut that you won't approve of, mister, because it's very well liked by plain people, is the cocoa. They make cocoa, chocolate, from the nibs of the cocoa bean.
Chocolate is one of the greatest items in the diet of the entire world.
As a delicacy.
As a delicacy for a decadent people that are better off dead.
As a food, then, for millions of people. As a source of quick energy in chocolate bars for soldiers. Purposely made unpalatable so that the soldiers won't eat them unless they really have to.
Civilization going really mad.
Americans alone drink 2,730,000,000 cups of chocolate every year.
Oh, how interesting.
Mm-hmm. Gives you the haunting idea that there must be an awful lot of cocoa in Brazil. Enough to count in the world full. That's 170,625,000 gallons of chocolate.
Oh, hum.
Oh, hum indeed. But a fleet of super battleships, 16 in number and weighing over 40,000 tons, each could be floated on that much chocolate.
Could it indeed? Well.
It could. Manner of speaking, maybe it will. Maybe it will. Shredded coconut comes from down there, too, and we use the coconut shell in making gas masks. America is where someone once took a chance and ate the vegetable called a love apple and found out by the horn spoon it wasn't poisonous after all. We call it a tomato today, and its juice is a cheap and potent source of natural water-soluble vitamin. For a world that doesn't precisely reek with vitamins, where they're needed most urgently, most pathetically, and where by the grace of God and the watchfulness of a few tin cans and Corvettes, they're arriving, because we have a lot of tomatoes that we know what to do with. All over the Americas, tomatoes are numerous. There are no tomatoes in Europe that we don't send. They're as American as covered wagons and a short-left jab. Only more helpful.
Are you quite finished? Oh, champion of the groaning board. Is the rhapsody concluded? Have you sung enough of the Americas and their preoccupation with their own innards? Those of all the world? Have the men of ideals and ideas had enough to eat?
We haven't heard from Chile yet. These people out here are going to be interested in knowing, I think, that the famous chili bean has a What in common with all the tall, strapping men who are called Tex? Because they've never been to Texas. Chili beans are most largely produced in the United States. Hence, they're called chili beans. Now, I know my unhappy friend here who rides a meager horse disapproves of this kind of talk, but I've stopped trying to understand a man who says he hates Americans.
I do.
Who says he hates all the Americas and the whole Western Hemisphere.
I do. Venomously. Bubonically.
You said you'd like to make some contributions to the discussion of the Americas as the provider.
After you, great champion of your people.
Cuba. And the Cubans. They're Americans, and you're at liberty not to like them either. And the Cubans are at liberty to be at liberty. Cuba is the world's sugar bowl. And in a way, sugar set Cuba free, even before 1898. The thick Cuban sugar cane is cut with a murderous-looking instrument called a machete. A machete, charged by those liberty-loving Cubans, was a terrible thing to see. So the Spaniards didn't stay around to see it. The Western Hemisphere can feed the world. It has quantity. It has infinite variety. The limits of both have never been tried. There is no philosophy beyond the facts. Others need, we have. We are richly able to share. We do share. We must share more. We shall. That is the simple progression. If it is broken, we are broken. For more and more we live for and by our fellows in this world. We can reenact the miracle of the loaves in modern dress so that it becomes the science of the loaves. Man does not live by bread alone, but without bread at all, he also perishes.
Challenge, challenge, challenge. You speak so much of golden grains that you yourself become mealy-mouthed.
All right. Out with it, then. What do you challenge, man on a lean horse?
That your precious man does not live by bread alone. Ah, he does. And by nothing else. He lives for the sweat of his brow, for the satisfaction of his stomach.
You put it more simply before. You said he lives to eat.
And nothing more. Exalted oratory, notwithstanding, the Lord of creatures is himself a creature, created only to experience a few brute senses, then to perish. Why are you trying to make it seem otherwise? To set a higher purpose for the miserable species. The grubbing nature of the beast is still apparent.
Just apparent to me.
Because you're one of them. A slug, a snail, a primitive. The turkey gobbling through the field of locusts. Concerned only and completely with eating and digestion. What do men do, these pretenders to divinity? They kneel and scrabble in the muck, planting and growing to eat. All other ends are nothing. Only eat. Feed the organism. Nourish the insistent cells. Then languish in a stupor of appeasement until hunger comes again. Then eat. Nourish oneself. Oh, it's unhappily necessary to nourish the earth first. The earth, made up of death since the world began. They dabble about in the mud, raking in foul things that send a stench to high heaven. Nod and smirk at each other. And say, we enrich the soil. This is a good thing that we do. No. I don't like anything you've said tonight. It's man's individual destiny, what becomes of him.
No. Hands-off policy. Isolationist, huh?
If man must perish, then he must. Why change things? He's marked for starvation. Let him starve and be done with it. It's not as important as you make him out to be. Not by far.
I disagree.
As I disagree with you. As I abhor the things you fancy. As I revile your amber waves of grain. Your fruited plains. Your babble and prattle of plenty. Your continence and their meddlesome fertility. I hate them. For they are wasteful and prodigal, contrary to the law of survival, of selection. I tell you, I hate America, for I am famine. I am the fourth horseman of the apocalypse. I am famine, and America is my enemy.
$10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have it. An exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil channel, your ultimate destination for immersive experiences and exploration of one of the most diverse and captivating countries in the world. Embark on a viral journey through the lush mountain forests, bustling cities, and picturesque beaches of Brazil. From the vibrant streets of inner cities to the tranquil shores of Cabo Frio. Our channel offers a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds that will transport you to the heart of this enchanting land. So don't miss out. Join us on the Lost in Brazil channel and let us begin the journey. Click the link in the description below to start your exploration today. Visit Lost in Brazil, where every moment is an adventure.
Truman Bradley. Due to illness, Mr. Orson Welles, usually heard at this time in the CBS series Hello Americans, is unable to appear. For tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents Ritmos de las Americas. The Argentine, Brazil, Martinique, Trinidad, Cuba, Mexico, Ritmos de las Americas. These are the stirring, the romantic rhythms of the Americas, which you will hear tonight. Played for you by Lud Gluskin and his orchestra. Sung for you by Diana Gale, Cuba's popular singing star, Miguelito Valdez, and featuring the internationally known South American singing star, Carlos Ramirez. In the gay cafes of Latin America, there is always music. Music which sends its enticing rhythm into the warm tropic night, beckoning those who would dance. The whisper of the maracas, the soft rhythmic beat of the drums. Who among a people to whom music and dancing are the best part of life could resist such an invitation? Especially when the music says, "Come dance the samba, oh say Don Jose." Often in the songs of Latin America, there is the haunting melody of a native chant, blended with a rhythm born in the heart of a jungle drum. With a bit of imagination, you can hear behind the words and the music the veiled magic of topics of old, a mysterious theme, strange and exciting. Listen as Miguelito Valdez sings Taboo.
Negoro mira la hembra blanca de chango, quita toda la confianza, las cosas selvas primitivas de dioses misteriosos y de fiel. Ifa, o patalava chango y yemaya, ifa, o patalava chango y yemaya. Toda la confianza, las cosas selvas primitivas de Dios, de misteriosos y de fiel. Ocho, hey, y fa, o patalaba chango y yemaya, ochin, y o patalava chango y yemaya tabu, tabu, tabu.
Of all the composers of Latin American music, undoubtedly the greatest is Lacuna. More than any other interpreter of the spirit of the southern countries, he has captured the depth of feeling and the warmth of emotion which characterizes the people. Here is one of the loveliest of the Lacuna compositions, Andalusia. the rhythms of the Americas, brings to the microphone the favorite South American ambassador of songs, Carlos Ramirez. You have heard him many times on recordings and radio, and we're sure you'll be hearing and seeing more of him in the future as he begins his American motion picture career. From his native country of Colombia, by way of New York, Carlos Ramirez comes to this program tonight to sing Urame.
Todos dicen que es mentira que te quiero, porque nunca me habían visto enamorado. Yo te juro que yo mismo no comprendo el por qué tu mirarme estoy sufriendo por ti.
Fiesta time in Mexico. Time for music and dancing invariably brings out the enchanting rhythm of the bolero, and among these, the lovely incertidumbre, uncertainty.
Wherever there are people gathered, in the green palm-lined parks of Rio de Janeiro, in the white squares of Buenos Aires, in the colorful streets of Panama or Havana, you may hear the song that is close to the hearts of all Latin Americans. Traditional, treasured down through the years.
Tierra ensangrentada en tardes de toro, mujer que conserva el embrujo de los ojos moros, de sueño rebelde gitana cubierta de flores, y beso tu boca de grana, jugosa manzana que me habla de amor. Granada, Manola cantada en coplas preciosas. No tengo otra cosa que darte que un ramo de rosas. Rosas de suave fragancia que le dieran marco a la Virgen Morena. Granada, tu tierra está llena de unas mujeres de sangre y de sol.
Naturally, in those Americas where the art of romance is regarded so highly, there are many love songs. Songs appealing and tender. Serenades for a voice and a guitar, and hearts that are young. Here is a love song which came up across the Caribbean and captured the fancy of North America under the title of Yours. Listen to it now in the words of two continents, with music as it is played on the lands to the south. Quiéreme mucho. Voices are those of Diana Gale and Miguelito Valdez.
Yours till the stars have no glory. Yours till the birds fail to sing. Yours to the end of life's story. This pledge to you, dear, I bring. Yours in the gray of December. Here or on far distant shore. I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours?
Cuando se quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti, es imposible mi cielo tan separado. Cuando se quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti, es imposible mi cielo tan separado, tan separado.
Ladies and gentlemen, these have been the rhythms of the Americas, played for you by Lud Gluskin and his orchestra, with songs by the popular Cuban personality of song, Miguelito Valdez, and featuring the voice of Carlos Ramirez, who appeared this evening through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Orson Welles will return in the CBS series, Hello, Americans, next week at this same time. This is Truman Bradley. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
$10 adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have an exciting invitation for you. Introducing the Lost in Brazil
Americans. This is Orson Welles. A year ago, I stood before this same CBS microphone in this same studio and said goodbye to you for the Mercury. Here was our farewell. It is important for the peoples of this hemisphere to get better acquainted, and the Mercury has been given the job of helping out with the introduction. Tomorrow we leave for South America. That was a year ago. Since then, we've made motion pictures in Brazil and Mexico and visited all the American republics, gathering material and writing the script for these broadcasts. Now it's time to say goodbye again. We're going on with the job. The Mercury is still working for the coordinator of Inter-American Affairs. Movies and plays, and later we hope more radio. We're going to go on trying to help out with the introduction. Senor and Senora America, we want you to shake hands with Mr. and Mrs. America. Stories and music, poetry and jokes. All the mediums we can work in, all the languages we know, are obediently yours in the service of a big idea called Pan-Americanism. Big idea and also a big word. I wish it weren't. It ought to be just as easy to say Pan-Americanism as it is to understand it. My own contact with Pan-Americanism began with a delicately filigreed souvenir spoon from the Pan American Exposition, clearly labeled sterling silver. At the inquisitive age of 7, I found this tiny spoon among my grandmother's jealously guarded treasures in the old glass reliquary in the living room, along with a dance program which, curiously enough, did not have my grandfather's name in it, and the prescription for an asthma remedy.
Orson, are you meddling in my things again?
Even as a child, I recognized the merit of diversion as a method of defense. So I promptly asked, "What does Pan-Americanism mean, Grandma?" As well as I'd been able to figure it out from the engraved map in the bowl of the spoon, the narrow strip of Central America must be the handle to some fantastic two-headed frying pan.
Your grandfather's idea of a wedding anniversary was always to traipse off to an exposition.
Patiently or stubbornly, perhaps, I asked again, "But what does Pan-American mean, Grandma?" She seemed puzzled as she looked at me through the upper half of her glasses.
Pan-American means the Monroe Doctrine or something. Something to do with us and those people down Panama way, I suppose. They showed off a display of how they make blankets down there. And as nice colors as I ever did see.
A little incomplete, perhaps, but somehow it made me feel friendly toward those people down Panama way. Their bright colors. I learned only a little more of our southern neighbors in school. Brazil. The area of Brazil is 3,285,316 square miles. The republic has a population of
40,272,650.
In school, I learned that the people to the south of us included many races. Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, German, Russian, Negro, Indian, and some Irish. They're much like our own classroom.
Miranda? Tennessee? Garcia? O'Leary? Smith? Well,
Present and so forth.
we will all face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It was later, much later, that I learned about the tango. I went to the movies, read books. I was told of dark-eyed senoritas, of pampas moons, gauchos, and wild Palomino ponies. Then I learned the rumba. I heard about Latin lovers and the barbarous jungles, fiestas, bandits, revolutions, and tamales, hot tamales. Somehow the feeling of friendliness I'd known as a child escaped me. I was a gringo, and my friends from down Panama way were Latins. A gulf wider and deeper than the Rio Grande separated me from my neighbors. Them from me. If I can only begin to tell you tonight how shallow and narrow that gulf really is, I will have accomplished what it took me a journey through our entire hemisphere to realize.
Como vai você, José? Então, como vai passando sua senhora e crianças? O que é que você pensa a respeito das últimas notícias enviadas de Casablanca, hein?
You know what that means? It means, hello, Joe, what do you know? How's the wife and kids? And what do you think of the news from Casablanca?
Tú sabes, chiquito, que hay una guerra y tengo que luchar. Espéreme.
That's the way a Mexican boy says, listen, sweetheart, I got to enlist. You understand. Wait for me. That was the dark-eyed senorita he was talking to, and that other was your Latin lover. It's the sameness I'm talking about now. Sameness in spite of difference. Different sounds to the words. But the same idea. Different colors, but the same spirit. Different churches, but the same faith. Different liquor, but the same hangover. Different jokes, but the same laughter. Different nation. The same humanity. Thank God for the differences, because it's out of those differences that culture grows, and grows big in all directions at once. Thank God for the southern drawl and the Yankee twang. Thank God for samba, swing, for baseball and bullfights, for the poets and the painters, for Mexico's Orozco, for Portinari of Brazil, Queiroz of Argentina. Thank God for Walt Disney and Cantinflas, El Gran Otelo, Carmen Miranda. Thank God for Chavez and Villalobos and 1,000 unknown troubadours who improvised the people's songs. Thank God for Mark Twain and Mickey Rooney and all the others, living and dead, whose different voices are heard in our hemisphere, voices whose eternal sameness is contained in the tremendous proposition that all men are created equal. The very foundation of peace on earth is understanding between men. Strong magic acknowledging no time and space. The understanding that comes with knowledge is a perfect time machine. You can twist the dial of history and listen in wherever you like. For instance, let's say we want to tune in on the city of Washington, D.C., the year 1816.
Order to be heard.
Will the senator yield to the gentleman from Kentucky?
John Randolph has been ridiculing a junior senator by the name of Henry Clay, who spoke for a diplomatic mission to South America.
Mr. Clay's enthusiasm is a fervor recently acquired in Europe. A spirit which is out of place in the United States of America. The differences between the American nations are too great, socially, economically, and politically.
The holdouts say those same things today. But the differences they talk about are just the ones you find in any of our own large cities, where people seem to get along all right. Any New York subway car is an international express. No one's really killed in the rush.
Pan-Americanism is an unnatural movement.
Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Sharp of Kentucky.
Mr. President, I wonder how many colleagues can be the spectators of a struggle for liberty and independence by any portion of the human family and feel indifferent of the result.
Will the senator yield?
The senator will gladly yield to Henry Clay.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Mr. President, it was the doctrine of kings, but man was too ignorant to govern himself.
It was the doctrine of kings that man was too ignorant to govern himself.
Bolivar speaking. Simon Bolivar in South America, the liberator. He stands framed against the clean, cold sky as he reads to his men.
It was the doctrine of kings that man was too ignorant to govern himself. I maintain that an oppressed people are authorized whenever they can to rise and break their fetters. Those are the words I bring you from a senator of the United States Congress, Henry Clay.
The wind blew across the mountains with the sound of Spanish cannon. and snapped the black streamer which flew from Bolivar's lance. The men shifted their weight, watching the emblem on the streamer, a skull and bones, with the words of Patrick Henry, liberty or death.
My friends, these words from our neighbor to the north give final assurance that we do not fight in vain. America, already I see it serve as a bond, as center, as emporium to the human family. May God grant that we may install a Congress here to study the high interest of peace and war with the other nations of the world.
The roots of Pan-Americanism lie buried with Bolivar deep in the rich, fertile soil he loved and freed. Let's turn the dial of history again, past the failure of Bolivar's assembly at Panama, 1826, past the narrow national errors and misinterpretations of the Monroe Doctrine. Let's tune in on the most spectacular year, 1889, Washington, D.C. October 2nd, 1889.
I call to order the first Pan-American Conference. The scope and objective of this conference is consultative and rudimentary only. The conference will be wholly without power to...
And so it began, this Pan-American partnership, weak, uncertain, a newborn infant. And across the sea in Austria, in the same year of our Lord, 1889.
He's a fine boy, Liebchen, a fine boy. Look how he holds his head up already. He'll make his mark, this boy will. You'll be proud to have delivered this child, Herr Doctor.
Well, I find it better to disclaim any credit, good or bad, for the human beings I bring into the world, Herr Hickok.
1889. The birth date of two infants who were to grow into mortal enemies, Pan-Americanism and Adolf Hitler, née Schicklgruber. History indulges such contradictions. Take, for example, another year, 1933. Now we're in a small clay hut somewhere in South America. Jose tries to tune his new radio while his wife prepares food against the return of their son, who helps build radios in the new radio factory.
For such a price, it's a fine new radio.
I'm listening to the inaugural address of the 32nd President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
In the field of world policy, I would dedicate this nation to the policy of the good neighbor.
Good evening, Father.
Quiet.
The neighbor who resolutely respects himself, and because he does so, respects the rights of others. The neighbor who respects his obligations and respects the sanctity of his agreement in and with a world of neighbors. And in answer to the babbling of the Jew Franklin Roosevelt, I quote the words of Germany's new leader. Whoever would really wish from his heart for the victory of the pacifist conception of this world must devote himself by every means to the conquest of the world by the Germans.
Juan, there is something strange about this radio.
Oh, no, they're all like that. Senor Schmidt at the factory told us it's because we're closer to Germany.
Don't worry. Juan has learned. Today he works in another factory, and he's a member of the Latin American Confederation of Workers. I'd like you to hear what Vicente Lombardo Toledano, the head of the Confederation, told me in Mexico.
We have joined the United States and the other people fighting in the Orient and in Europe against Hitler and accomplices. There can be only two attitudes, against Hitler or in favor of Hitler. It is absurd to speak of neutrality because the neutral is but an ambushed fascist cynical, and cowardly.
Today, the peoples of two great continents are fighting shoulder to shoulder. 21 nations of the Americas marching to the same battle hymn. And we didn't come together by a strange coincidence. And it wasn't just luck. And it wasn't an accident. We men and women of the Americas came together out of a common heritage, a tradition planted 100 years deep. We were born out of revolution, all 21 of us. And we cut our teeth on a Declaration of Independence. Today, we're still fighting the same fight. Good neighbors thrown together to protect their homes, that's the picture. People, just plain people. Plenty of personal problems, going their own way, never getting to know their neighbors except for a good morning and a nice day, isn't it? Lots of us never knew that man who's the air raid warden till he dropped in to look over the house one evening about a year ago. And it's the same way with nations. Friendly, know each other's names. That's about all. Then comes the crisis. A fire, an air raid alert. And over a single night, acquaintances become friends. Neighbors become allies and comrades in arms. Sometimes it doesn't take a crisis. I remember in Mexico seeing a young girl with a group of tourists in the United States. She was so carried away by a passion for flowers that she found herself without enough centavos to pay for the orchids, gardenias, and carnations she'd selected. I was asked to interpret, and it was only after I pushed through the group of tourists that I saw the face of the little flower girl. She smiled such a smile as I will never forget. It was as though she had been confronted with a miracle. I found she understood the situation.
Y le gustan varias, niña.
Literally translated, the young lady says, if you like them, keep them, little one.
But she can't afford.
The gringa tried to give the flowers back, but the Indian girl would have no part of it. She was genuinely delighted to find the gringa had a heart like herself, and that she loved her flowers. Flowers of Mexico.
Here. Ask her to take this scarf.
But before I could speak, the Indian girl had refused.
No, niña. Es un regalo.
When I told the gringa the flowers were a gift, she understood. I think we all understood. The paisanita just discovered that gringos have souls, that they're human beings, that nothing stands between them and us. America, all of it. That big two-headed frying pan. My grandmother's souvenir spoon. America's recognizing its unity of purpose. Sometimes slowly out of the necessity of crisis, more often through the recognition of a common destiny. Not the manifest destiny of Yankee imperialism and gringo superiority, but the destiny conceived by Bolivar, a great cultural and economic, political and intellectual partnership of equal nations. On the docks of Baltimore and New York, the longshoremen speak with surprise of a new and startling phenomenon.
I don't get it, Pop. What is all this stuff?
It's a factory, that's what it is, son.
You mean I'm lifting a whole blasted factory?
That's right, son, a whole blasted factory. From conveyor belts to time clocks. Last month, the first of some 500 factories we weren't using for the war were shipped out of Baltimore for Latin America. That's the good neighbor policy. That's inter-American democracy, as my good friend Luis Quintanilla, the Mexican ambassador to the Soviet Union, sees it.
Not only the formal, theoretical, political democracy of our several constitutions, but the natural, tangible economic democracy in our people's way of living.
Pan-Americanism submits that being a nation is a dignity, a trust, a responsibility. That being a nation is a highly professional matter involving the highest professional ethics. Professional people don't have rivals or competitors, but colleagues. Each individual stands to gain by the good professional and ethical conduct of every other individual in the society. Colleagues understand the necessity of not resorting to brass knuckles as instruments of policy.
Well, what do they settle their arguments with, then?
What do you do if someone sues your friend? Beat his brains out?
No. I get a lawyer or leave town.
Nations can't leave town. So, in a manner of speaking, they get a lawyer. Several South American disputes have been settled by mediation, arbitration, and conciliation. And that's only the beginning. Science and knowledge are breaking through the barriers of time and space. Only a short while ago, our president and commander-in-chief conferred with Winston Churchill in North Africa. Today, he's in Brazil. Men are learning to think in 3 dimensions. At long last, our understanding can encompass the words of Abraham Lincoln.
The strongest tie of human sympathy, apart from the family relationship, is that uniting the workers of all nations, tongues, and kindred.
Out of and beyond the concept of Pan-Americanism has grown the organized form of world democracy, the United Nations. Out of the meeting at Casablanca, we have renewed our solemn pledge to fight this war to ultimate total victory. And it will follow by the simple logic of historic elimination that when we've destroyed those who advocate a world order of slavery, poverty, and ignorance, we will be one step nearer the defeat of slavery, poverty, and ignorance themselves. Over the Americas, over the continents and waters of the Western world, watches a spirit.
I will not go back.
Out of the mists of time, the spirit came. In the beginning, there was universal ooze, and monsters roamed the uncertain earth. Incredible reptiles haunted the world, and there was no man.
Then they died. Great reptiles had their dim, their mighty day, and died. Then came the jungle. I was a bowed and hairy thing, monstrous and witless life, till something happened. I lifted myself on my knuckles, brute that I was, trying to stand, lifting myself on my wrists, pushing myself up on my knuckles.
And this took 1,000,000 years or more.
But I stood up. I stood, and I walked erect.
The world was hostile. The jungle was close at the back of the creature that dared to be more than creature. The jungle stood ready to take back its own.
I will not go back.
So he stands, this man spirit, watching over the continents, anxious of his destiny. He broods and waits for some proof that man can live in peace, proof that mankind can repudiate the doctrine of might and the brute rule by claw and fang, talon and beak. The spirit of man waits to learn if the jungle is leveled, or if it still lives, rankly, living and breathing and waiting to take back its own. Man may stand and look at the sun, or he may squat on his haunches again and howl at the moon.
I am man. I have seen the summits to which men may lift themselves. I have survived Babylon, Nineveh, and Tyre. I have survived the flooding Nile and the rising and the falling of the continents. My flint and my bronze and my bones are scattered over the world throughout time. I have been kin to Plato, to Socrates, to Michelangelo, Galileo, Raphael, Shakespeare. Confucius has taught his simple art of goodness. Buddha has rested beneath his tree. Muhammad has journeyed to the mountain in my time. The Nazarene has mounted to Golgotha and higher. I am man. I have drawn nearer to it on recent wings. If I fly, I compute. I reason and have rules of logic. I sing, communicate. I speak and write my speeches upon space and void. I look up at the sun. I am man. I will not go back.
This perhaps is our last chance. Here in the West, our chance is for a perfect and a bloodless victory. Pan-Americanism is a name for that victory. Not a Pan-Americanism of the alarmed moment, looking only for temporary safety in numbers. Not an expedient for the advantage of the big fellow nation or the imperialist. Not a cynic or heads-I-win, tails-you-lose Pan-Americanism and the devil take the hindmost. But a union formed in the conviction that this is it. That the moment is urgent. And the wrong road leads back to the jungle. All the world looks to half the world for a way to peace. And we are that half of the world. We are charged with giving that we may receive. America, the mother of republics, may yield magnificently once more, or go forever barren. I asked our Vice President, Henry A. Wallace, to write us a message for broadcasting. Here it is. The new democracy looks to the future, not to the past. It looks to the rich soil and bright sunshine of America for strength. It does not exclude the old world, but it will develop its own strength to help the old world. The spirit of man stands watch upon the western continent.
I have come this far. I will not go back.
So be it. We will see. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our time's up. The series is over. The Mercury Theater and the Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs extends sincerest thanks to the Columbia Broadcasting System for making these programs possible. Your obedient servant thanks Lucien Marowek for his music and Lud Gluskin for conducting it. Finally, he'd like to thank you for listening and for the interest you've shown in what we've had to talk about. We very much hope to be able to come back to the air again soon. Until then, we remain, as always, obediently yours. Hasta luego, hasta luego. Good night, Americans.
You have been listening to the concluding program in a series about the Other Americas, in which the Columbia Broadcasting System has presented Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater. The Columbia Broadcasting System is the originator of South America's network of stations, La Cadena de las Americas. In the Southern Hemisphere, as well as in this hemisphere, CBS provides daily programs of news, entertainment, and recreation to bring about a closer understanding among Americans everywhere. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tinsidel adventurers and culture enthusiasts. Are you captivated by the fascinating stories and vibrant culture of Latin America? If so, we have an exciting invitation for you.